A very good morning to you all. Good morning, Advocate Chauke. Advocate Ramogale, is the witness available?
Good morning, Chair. Last I checked, we were still checking. She's at the offices. I just don't know whether she's now logged on. She has. I'm informed that she has, Chair.
Will you please bring her in? Good morning, Ms. Williams. A very good morning to you, Ms. Williams.
Chair, it appears we're having some sound difficulties.
Mr. Muhlekwane, what's going on?
It's not.
You're an expert.
It should be quite low.
Lady journalist, aren't you supposed to be there in front of us?
I'm just doing some touch-ups, yeah. But thank you very much.
Are you winning? Are you winning, Mr. Muhlekwane?
Chair, could I ask just for a 5-minute recess while we sort out these technical issues?
Yes. Okay, we will pause just for a few minutes and call us back when you have the screen sorted out and the sound. We'll come back.
Thank you, Chair.
There. Just ask a second. Still doing it.
Hello.
I see.
Hi.
Miss Williams,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm good, thank you. So the sound is sorted then?
Yes, the sound is sorted. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We hear you have sorted out the sound.
Yes, Judge, I understand that the sound has now been sorted.
You can bring her on the screen. Or is it you who is controlling the screen? All right. I thought that it is Mr. Mutlokwan in front of me. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Williams, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Hope you're good this morning.
Yes, ma'am, I'm good indeed. And I hope you are too.
We are well, thank you. You are still under oath, madam?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Williams, good morning.
Good morning.
We left off your statement at paragraph 70. Could you kick us off there by reading what you've stated there at paragraph 70?
Yes. The police's version of events and the alleged self-defense did not seem plausible. Mr. Msimangu lay face down on the pavement, having fallen from a fourth floor flat above. He could not plausibly have posed a threat to the police, but he was shot 2 times while lying down. The position of the firearm near his body was improbable if he had brandished it when he landed while falling.
Just on that, it seems we know from the previous paragraphs in your statement that you had attended to the scene on the day, but already in paragraph 70 you say that the police's version of events did not seem probable. Why is that?
It was when I looked at the scene, when I looked at where the body was, and I think the firearm was lying about 1 meter, plus minus 1 meter from where the deceased was lying. So in my mind, if he was moving, it might be because he was injured, but the firearm wasn't anywhere near him or near his body. So why was he a threat to the police at that stage?
And upon attending to the scene, did you ever make it into the apartment in which Mr. Msimang was in?
Yes, Chairperson, I went to the scene because this is where this whole incident started. I went into the scene. I noticed that the door was indeed broken in. And then I went, did an inspection of the flat. I went into the bedroom. I noticed the place where the deceased had actually jumped through the window. And I looked down and the distance, in my mind, it just told me that if that man had landed on the ground, he would have sustained serious injuries, in my view.
And then as you say in paragraph 70 of your statement, you state that he could not plausibly, I think, have posed a threat to the police. Why is it that you say so?
He was lying face down on the ground, and the firearm was not anywhere near his body. So what threat could he have been at that stage? And the man should have been, in my mind, should have been injured.
And then in paragraph 70, you tell us about something that happened after processing the scene. Could you tell the inquiry about that?
Are you talking about paragraph 70?
Apologies, sorry, paragraph 71. I'm mistaken.
Sorry,
Well, this
before
much
you
changes.
leave paragraph 70, can the witness refresh our mind which case are we talking about? Is it the barrier? Because at paragraph 69, there was a mention of Malvern, and we are still expecting that will be given the 2 different cases so that we can identify and differentiate between them. But now we're talking about Mr. Msimang, and I suspect it's the barrier case. Maybe for the record to be...
Yes, ma'am, we are speaking about the Berea matter in this case.
There seemed to be sound from our right side. Do you have your cell phones on? It's a laptop.
I wanted that to be clarified so that the record is clear. Thank you.
You're welcome, Chairperson.
Advocate Baloyi Mera, apologies. Ms. Williams, you'll recall we spoke about the Malvern case yesterday, and you had clarified to the inquiry that actually there shouldn't be confusion. There are two Malvern cases. There's the one in which I spoke about in the Danica statement, and you say this was a different Malvern case, that it's likely that they were the same, but you said there shouldn't be any confusion. Chair, what we've decided is that we'll clarify that when Mr. Danicus gives evidence about whether there are in fact two different Malvern cases or if this is in fact one case, given that the witness has already said that she doesn't know much about this particular Malvern case.
Subject to correction, Ms. Williams, I think the issue of Malvern case referred to in paragraph 69 arose when you sought to emphasize the point as understood your evidence, to say, as they forced the door open with a crowbar, the point you make at paragraph 68, they forced their entry also in relation to the Malvern case. This is how the Malvern issue arose.
Yes, Chairperson.
Am I correct?
You are correct, Chairperson.
And you cautioned us to say we must not confuse the two Malverns. One relates to this matter in which you were involved, and another is the Malvern that Mr. Danicus spoke about.
That's correct, Chairperson.
But as understood you raised it to to cross-refer to what the police did when they forced the door open in relation to the Berea matter.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just to answer if you could just answer the question from Advocate Baloyi Mera SC, the observations you're making at paragraph 70 and 71 relate to which case?
This is relating to the Berea case, 288 of 5/2008.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So, yes, I was asking you about paragraph 71. You inform us there that after the scene was processed, something happened. Could you tell the inquiry about that?
After the scene, Chairperson, was processed, a heated verbal argument took place between Ms. Mpanza and Captain Neville Eva. My impression, based on the manner of his speech and behavior, was that Captain Eva was intoxicated. Inspector Vishnu pulled me and the LCRC constable aside and advised us to stay out of it. I do not know what the argument was about or how it started. It struck me as unusual and inappropriate for an ICD investigator to engage in a heated argument with a SAPS member while on duty.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I'd just like us to pause there. Now, this is not the first time this inquiry is hearing about the alleged intoxication of the Cato Manor members at a scene. You might not have this docket, but we'll put it up on the screen. If I could ask the panel to turn to the Malmouth case, the Malmouth docket. At page MM0217. Ms. Williams, we'll put it up on the screen for you now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see that on the screen, Chairperson.
You won't be able to see it on your screen, and we've deliberately blocked it out because it contains somebody's ID number. But I'll read what's not appearing on your screen, which is paragraph 1 of that statement. And it reads, Siphosake Ulu states under oath in English that he's an adult male with a certain ID number, 20 years of age, residing, and he sets out the address there, and employed at, and he sets out the address with his cell phone number. Could you just read for the inquiry what appears from paragraph 2?
Yes. Sometime late 2008, my late father was still alive and he was selling at the above mentioned store. I don't know, I came to, I can't see what that is, in Langubo area. My father who passed on 2011 October told me that he was at the store. Police officers, while white male came to the store, it was 3 police officers. Those police officers told my late father that they killed Bongani Biela, and further said that he even assaulted them. If you can just, thank you, scroll down, thank you. Assaulted the brother of Bongani who steal cattle. My late father, Nkapeleni, told me that police officers were looking for beers. My late father told me that the police officer, I can't see what that word is, beers then wanted.
Chose
Beers they wanted. And I am not, or cannot remember whether my late father mentioned or of any payment to the beers. Police officers entered and helped themselves.
Yes, please go on.
I'm just having difficulty. I just see always, if there was any incident or any bad news at the surrounding area of the store, you would tell us. I cannot say now who they were. They did not, because they did not identify themselves. My late father told me that the police officers came at about 9 in the morning. That was on the 22nd of November 2008. And then the affirmation, I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection in the taking of the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, in relation to that Malmoth matter, there is a second statement that doesn't appear in the numbered and indexed dockets provided to the panel, but which was initially provided by the NPA at the commencement of this matter. We'll put that up on the screen, and Madam Chair, with your leave, if we could hand up copies of that to the panel.
Yes, you may. SM1.
Yes, Chair.
I will keep on reminding you that you must not forget, all of you, to prepare a list of exhibits so that we can have a comprehensive and complete record that we are going to hand to the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Williams, we've put up the statement that I've just handed up now to the panel. You won't be able to see the beginning of the statement because it contains personal information, but I'll tell you what it states here, which we've now marked as SM1. Mkehliseni Richard Biela states under oath in Zulu and translated to English by Ndombi Gibson. He states at paragraph 1, I am an adult male, 50 years of age, with a certain ID number, residing a certain address, employed at a certain company with a certain cell phone number. Then he states in paragraph 2 that I'm an adult male with the above mentioned particulars and I'm a witness in this case. Could you read what he states from paragraph 3, please?
During the year 2008, Bongani Biela was arrested by the police officers and he appeared at Flagstaff Court. On one occasion, when I went to Flagstaff to visit Bongani at court, I saw Shane Naidu from Cato Manor Organized Crime Unit, who came in connection with Bongani's case. After some time, Bongani went to Durban Court where he also appeared. On one occasion, before Bongani was released on bail, and I received a call on my cell phone, but not the same number that I'm using now. The caller introduced himself as police officer Mostert from Cato Manor Organized Crime Unit. Police officer Mostert informed me to hang on the cell phone, then somebody else spoke to me. The second person who spoke to me was my brother Bongani. Bongani requested me to come to the offices of the Cato Manor Organized Crime Unit. I then asked Bongani why I should come to the Cato Manor Organized Crime offices. Bongani informed me that he was taken there for questioning and there were some issues that the police wanted to clarify with me.
Williams,
I then went, yes ma'am?
just pause there. There is some noise coming from. Please tell us what it is. Take the mic and just explain to us what it is.
It's on her side.
I beg your pardon?
It's on her side. She must check the battery if she connected to the charger.
Speak louder.
She must check on her side.
Yes,
must
ma'am.
check
I'm
the
just going
battery.
to ask the IT person to come and check what the problem is.
Yes, there seemed to be noise emanating from your side. Are you able to get assisted?
Yes, ma'am. I will speak to the IT person. If I may ask to be granted that permission so that I can just quickly go out and then speak to the IT person to just attend to whatever the problem is. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Just put a mark where you stopped reading, and we will excuse you for a few minutes. Let the IT person to help you, and when it is done, do alert us. Do you hear me?
Repeat yourself again, ma'am. I could not hear what you were saying.
I'm saying, yes, indeed, you can ask the IT person to assist you. And when that is done, come back and alert us. Let's pause for a few minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the indulgence and apologies for these technical issues.
Yes, it's understandable. We didn't have these problems yesterday. Just ascertain with her as to what the problem could be so that it can be attended fully to avoid the on and off. Thank you. We'll pause for a few minutes.
Ms. Williams?
Let me try and.
Hello? You're on mute, Ms. Williams. seems she can't even hear us.
Okay.
Chairperson?
Hi, Ms. Williams. We've been advised that maybe it's your battery. Is your battery charged?
Yes, I think it's sorted out now.
Was it the battery?
Could be the background speaker.
Yes, the IT person says it could be the battery or the speaker.
Okay, but the sound is gone now. I suppose it's sorted.
Yes, ma'am, it's sorted, Chairperson.
Well, no, not the chairperson, but thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought I was speaking to the judge.
Okay.
Are we now sorted?
Yes,
Okay.
Chairperson, we are sorted.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. You may proceed from where you stopped.
I then asked Bongani why I should come to the Cato Manor Organized Crime officers. Bongani informed me that he was taken there for questioning, and now there were some issues that the police wanted to clarify with me. I then went to Cato Manor Organized Crime officers. I cannot recall the dates, but on the same day I was called at Cato Manor. I went to the officers as requested. On my arrival at Cato Manor Organized Crime Unit officers, I indeed met police officer Mostert, Shay Naidu, and Bongani was also there. In the presence of police officers Shay Naidu and Bongani, Mostert asked me as to where do I originally come from. Mostert further wanted my residential address and I gave him my physical address. Mostert also asked me what belongings I have. I informed Mostert that I own a herd of cattle and a car. Mostert also asked where exactly was my home and whether my home is next to a school or anything distinctive. I explained to Mostert that my home was next to Bonyomunye Primary School in Melmoth. Mostert did not explain to me as to why he wanted my residential address. Mostert also wanted to know if I reside with Bongani in the same premises at Melmoth, and I confirmed it. Mostert wanted to find out as well if I stay with Bongani at Commercial Hostel, since Bongani rented a room there for convenience relating to his work. I informed Mostert that I do not reside at Commercial at all. I then left for home. During the day when Bongani appeared in Durban Court for bail application, I saw police officer Shay Naidu and police officer Smith as I waited for court proceedings to commence, and I greeted them. Police officer Smith and police officer Shay Naidu acknowledged my greeting. Then police officer Smith asked in Fanagalo language, saying whether I am Bongani's brother, and I confirmed. Police officer Smith and Shay Naidu kept on talking, and I overheard police officer Smith talking Fanagalo language, saying that if Bongani is released from court, the police will kill him, Bongani. On that day, Bongani was not released from court, and I went home when the court processes were over. During the next court date for Bongani, and this time around, I again attended court, and I did not see the police officers from Ketumela Organized Crime Unit. Bongani was released, and I went with him to his room at Commercial Hostel, where I left him, and thereafter I went home to Malmouth. Bongani spent almost a month at Commercial Hostel, and he later came home to Malmouth. I recall that Bongani spent almost a week at home in Malmouth. On 22 November 2008, I was asleep at home in my rondavel with my wife Zilaile, and Bongani was sleeping at his rondavel with his wife. My home is a big home comprising of different rondavel and flats. I would like to state that about 2:30 people kicked my door down without knocking. At no stage did the person knock at the door, and I refused to open. These people left the torches inside the rondavel. Other people stood on the right window with torches pointed inside the rondavel. I stood up after the door was broken down, and I could see a black male and police officer Shane Naidu of Ketumela Organized Crime Unit. The people who stood on the right window, a black male and Shane Naidu, who entered inside the door, made light inside the rondavel, and I noticed that the torches were attached to the rifle firearms. Police officer Shane Naidu asked me the whereabouts of Bongani, and I told him that I think Bongani might be in his room. My wife also woke up, and the police officer said that she must sleep, of which she did. I immediately requested police officer Shane Naidu that they should not shoot at me. I surrendered when I spoke to police officer Shane Naidu. I called him by his name so that he must realize that I know him. Police officer Shane Naidu said some words in English addressing
his companions.
The companions saw that his companions stopped pointing him with firearms. Police officer Shane Naidu and his companions went outside the house, and I was instructed to exit the house. And when I exited the house, one of police officer Shane Naidu's colleagues introduced me to lie down with my stomach and put my hands at my back, but I was never handcuffed. I then heard a banging sound that sounded like the door was knocking with an object, and thereafter I heard several gunshot sounds within the yard. After the several gunshot sounds, I again heard the same banging sound that I heard before the gunshots sounds, and several gunshot sounds followed again. The gunshot sounds stopped, and I again heard banging sounds. The banging sound stopped, and I was instructed to stand up, of which I did. The police officers then instructed me to go forward, and there is a steep in the yard, and I was approaching that steep. I met Mostert to ask me to the whereabouts of Bongani. I then told police officer Mostert that Bongani might be in his room. Police officer Mostert assaulted me with a clenched fist 3 times on my face. Police officer Mostert then asked me as to where are the firearms, and I told police officer Mostert that I don't have firearms. I don't have firearms, I have a firearm. Police officer Mostert further asked me as to where was my firearm, and I told him that it was underneath my pillow. The group of police officers started to kick me, and I fell on the ground, and they continued kicking me while I was on the ground. In that process, I rolled over on the steep, and police officer Mostert insulted me with my mother's private parts by saying, "You fucking girl." You can scroll up. Police officer Mostert went to my rondavel room, and I was taken to Bongani's rondavel, whereby I found Bongani's wife being guarded by a group of police officers. I then wanted to wear clothes because I was getting cold. because I was wearing my underwear only, and I was told by the police to go to my room. I went to my room and found Police Officer Mostert, Smith, and others sitting in front of the door, and Police Officer Smith asked me to where was Bongani. I then told Police Officer Smith that I don't know the whereabouts of Bongani. Police Officer Smith then told me to go and kiss Bongani behind their father's rondavel. Police Officer Smith further told me that Bongani is dead. At that time, it was already in the morning and I did not go and see Bongani. Instead, I sat next to them. Police Officer Moster then asked me as to whether I know Becky Cele. And I asked Moster as to who is Becky Cele. Police Officer Moster clarified to me that Becky Cele is the Commissioner of the Police. Police Officer Moster then took out a card from his shirt and showed me that card. And he, Mostert, said that card was a permit from Becky Cele to kill people. Police Officer Smith then grabbed me with my hair and pulled my hair out, and I saw Police Officer Smith's hands was full of my hair. Police Officer Mostert told me that I must tell people at Kwamashu that he, Mostert, will kill all Bongani's friends and all the criminals at Kwamashu. Police Officer Mostert further asked me the whereabouts of one of Bongani's friends by the name of Mulu. I then said that I don't know, and Police Officer Mostert said I must tell Mulu that he, Mostert, will kill him wherever he meet him. There was one of the African police officers who asked me the whereabouts of Bongani's Toyota Condor vehicle, and I told him that it is at Durban. The said African police officer went around the rondavel and came back with a stick and assaulted me with that stick several times all over my body. Police Officer Moster then reprimanded the said African male from assaulting me with a stick. The same officer who was assaulting me with a stick said he wanted a bolt cutter, big plier to cut my testicles. The said same officer brought the bolt cutter from the police vehicle and approached me with it. He then wanted to forcefully open my legs and he struggled because I did not want to open them. The same police officer asked the other police to assist him to open my legs and no one assisted him. Then he gave up. Moster took a big hammer from the police vehicle and smashed the door of the only rondavel that was not tampered with on the night in question. Some of the police officers drove with their vehicles, and when they came back, they had cases of beers and bottles of brandy. I hereby further state that I saw Police Officer Smith offloading beers from the van. They then sat next to my rondavel and started to drink beers and celebrated. I then heard Police Officer Smith saying that they had a very good day since they eventually killed Bongani, and at Ntombela's home, they mourned Mana, whom they killed, and he was going to be buried the same day of Bongani's death. There was only one marked police vehicle which marked, and the rest of the police vehicles who were at the scene were not marked. There were also police officers with dogs at the scene.
Ms. Williams,
The police,
I'm sorry to
yes.
interrupt you. Sorry, if I could ask you to stop there. Now, this is a jarring read from a witness who was there on the scene. But what he states there in paragraph 11, that some of the police officers drove off with their vehicles, and when they came back, they had cases of beer and bottles of brandy. I hereby state that I saw fellow police officer Smith offloading beers from the van, and then they sat next to my rondavel and started to drink beers and celebrated. Earlier on in your evidence, you make mention of a Sunday Times article. I'd like to put that up on the screen, please. Chair, for the panel's purposes, this is the article that we've seen quite a few times, the Sunday Times article. It appears in the record, if you could just scroll down slightly, Katla. It's an attachment to Mr. Mayema's statement. It is at 1A-143. Ms. Williams, you make mention of this particular statement, and you'll see there's a photograph there. Evidence has been led that this particular photograph was taken at Malmoth, the very same statement that you've just now read. In paragraph 71 of your statement, you speak about how your impression was that Captain Eva was intoxicated. In view of this particular statement, what is your comment? What should the panel make of this?
Ma'am, what I've just read, Chairperson, and what I saw at the scene, it seems to me that after whoever was supposed to be shot and killed, and after the job was done, that police officers often might have had a celebration because Captain Eva, after the Berea shooting, I saw and I could hear from his speech while he was arguing with Ms. Mpanza that he was clearly intoxicated, and I look at that and it seems to me like this was just a trend.
What should the panel make of the fact that on your evidence in the Berea shooting, it appears at least one of the officers was intoxicated, and we have yet another witness here in Malmoth who says that they had bought beers and celebrated after the killing of the two Biela brothers?
I think what the conclusion the panel can draw here is that there was a celebration, hence the police officers were then having beers and was intoxicated after the incidents that transpired.
And in your experience, we know that you've been a police officer for some years and that you were a senior investigator at IPID or ICD for 8 years. Was it normal in the course of your experience and the investigations that you did for police officers to have beers and celebrate at the scene of the shooting?
No, Chairperson, that was unheard of because even after the shooting or incident transpired, you're still considered to be on duty.
Ms. Williams, you were present at the scene where the celebration took place after the job was done?
Are you referring to the Malmoth scene, Chairperson?
Yes.
No, ma'am, I did not attend that scene. It was outside of the area that I was in.
Now, in relation to paragraph 71 of your affidavit, you make an impression there. On what basis are you making that impression?
It was based on the speech and behavior of Captain Eva. When I looked at him and when I heard him, his speech was slag, ma'am, and he clearly looked intoxicated. I know Captain Eva, I've met with him on several occasions. He always used to be the duty officer or the spokesperson for Cato Manor, and this was the first time that I saw Captain Eva in that state.
You see, the reason why I'm asking you whether you were at the scene is because in the third line of paragraph 71, you state, Inspector Vishnu pulled me and the LCRC constable aside and advised us to stay out of it. I do not know what the argument was about or how it started. It struck me as unusual and inappropriate for an ICD investigator to engage in a heated argument with a SAPS member whilst on duty. Where were you in relation to where these officers were sitting, as we have observed in the article of the Sunday Times? Where were you seated, or where were you?
I hear you, Chairperson. Just to clarify that, these are two different scenes. The scene that I'm referring to in paragraph 71 is the one at Berea. The one at Malmoth is a different incident.
Council, I'm getting confused. Were we at paragraph 71 of the statement?
Yes, Chair, we are.
And how did we land on the Melmoth case, 142/11/2008?
Chair, we landed there because I wanted to demonstrate to Ms. Williams, in fact, on our version, or at least on our reading of the dockets, this is the third incident in which the Cato Manor unit was observed as being intoxicated on the scene. You'll recall, we haven't laid that evidence yet, so I don't want to speak about what Mr. Danikas will say, but there is something to that effect. The second now is that in Melmoth, witnesses are saying beers were being bought and there was a celebration. We've seen that photo from the Sunday Times. This is now the third incident from Ms. Williams in which she says she was at a scene, in a different incident, at a scene in which the Cato Manor unit or officers were intoxicated. What I'm trying to establish is whether this was a once-off incident or whether from the dockets that we have seen, this is a repeated conduct.
Yes, I think I missed that part. Do make it clearer because I got confused.
Apologies, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could proceed, sorry. I'm just waiting for an indication.
Proceed,
Thank
sir.
you. Ms. Williams, we now move on to paragraph 72 of your statement. And you tell us about attending a reconstruction 2 days after the incident. Could you tell the panel what it is that you noticed there?
Yes, indeed, Chairperson. When I attended the scene reconstruction 2 days after the incident, I noticed that a flat screen television that had been mounted against the wall in the apartment had been removed. When I entered the bedroom where the deceased had been shot, there was a spent cartridge on the floor in full view. Its placement seemed strange. The scene had been fully processed by LCRC on the night of the incident and all exhibits had been secured. At the conclusion of my...
Apologies, Ms. Is that normal? That on your, from what you've told us, that you found a spent cartridge on the floor in full view. Is that normal after a scene?
No, Chairperson. At the scene, when the scene gets processed, ICD personnel, and that would have been either myself or Ms. Mpanza, would have gone through that scene with the LCRC person, as well as the officer from Varia, and that would have been Vishnu. And we would have made sure that that scene was properly processed and all evidence and exhibits were collected at that scene. The person from LCRC people, in my opinion, in Durban, were quite competent in that regard, whereas I, as an ICD member, trusted them to do their job properly. But what surprised me is that when we arrived there was all of a sudden there was the spent cartridge. Just to inform the Chairperson that the flat had been broken in after the scene was processed. And there was now this television that was missing, and all of a sudden there was a spent cartridge that had magically appeared.
And what should the inquiry make of that?
Ma'am, the only thing that came to mind that time, and it's still coming to mind right now, is that evidence was planted afterwards, ma'am. And the reason I can state that is that flat was definitely broken into. The television was removed. I found that very peculiar. The LCRC officer, Shade, it's actually Peter George's wife. Peter George is one of the people that was indicted in the 2012 indictment. She was at the scene, and I actually instructed Shade to go to the Preria police station and open a case of housebreaking, because I found that very weird, that stuff would be removed and all of a sudden a spent cartridge appear after the scene had been processed. So in my mind, it was planted.
They would be planting a spent cartridge after the scene has been processed. To what end? How does that assist?
I have no idea how that was going to assist them. I don't know if they maybe wanted to prove to us or I don't know if the shooting was justified, or maybe they just forgot to put the spent cartridge there. I have no idea, because clearly to me that there was some tampering at that scene, Chairperson.
And then you reach a conclusion then in paragraph 73 of your statement.
At the conclusion of my investigation, I concluded that the killing of Mr. Msimang was not justified and recommended that the Ketomani SVC members be charged with murder. My supervisor, Chris Foster, agreed and signed off on the recommendation. The ICD docket was forwarded to the DPP's office together with a memorandum. The DPP in KZN declined to prosecute.
Now, just on that, paragraph 73, could I ask you, do you recall, there's no date here, do you recall when you made this particular recommendation?
I do not remember which date I made that recommendation, but that could be easily checked with the registers in KZN.
The reason I asked that, Ms. Williams, is we're going to go to the Berea docket now. If I could ask the panel rather to have that. Ms. Williams, if I could ask you to turn to, you remember the way we did the numbering and the indexing yesterday? At the top right corner, BR0290.
BR?
0290.
Yes, I do have it with me. I do have 0290 with me.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. If you could just give the panel a moment, please.
Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Williams, could you tell the panel what it is that we're seeing here on page BR0290?
It looks as if this is the inquest, covering letter for an inquest that was prepared.
And it states there at paragraph 1, sorry, before we get there, and then on the next page, it sets out a name. Could you just tell the panel what it is that we see at BR0291?
There is a name here from the captain, it looks like the captain at Berea, R.S. Savage.
And then if we go back the previous page, what's the SAPS CAS number that appears there?
It's Berea CAS 288 of 5/2008.
And the name of the deceased?
Tabo Sunshine Msimango.
Could you just read out to the panel the list that appears from paragraph 1.1 to 1.25?
I can do that. 1.1 is the statement of Rajesh Vishnu. 1.2 is the statement of Gunter Marquardt. 1.3 is the statement of Peter De Beer. 1.4 is the statement of Shannon Brown. 1.5 is the statement of Simpiwe Charles Mkhize. 1.6 is the statement of Siyabonga, Romanius, and Charlie. 1.7 is the statement of Warrant Officer Paul Mostert. 1.8 statement of Pumalela Makanya. 1.9 statement of Rakesh Chandaban Maharaj. 1.10 is the statement of Neville Iva. 1.11 statement of Rubendran Naidu. 1.12 is the statement of Eric Alfred Nell. 1.13 is the statement of Rika Pillay. 1.14 is the statement of Lieutenant Colonel G. Swanepoel. 1.15 is statement of Tembi C. Mumalo. 1.16 is the statement of H.A. Steyn. 1.17 is the affidavit of Captain R. van der Sand. 118 is the affidavit of Captain R. van der Sand. 1.19 is the affidavit of Captain Yvette Klaassen. 1.20 is the affidavit of Captain Yvette Klaassen. 1.21 is the statement of Warrant Officer S.N. Khoza. 1.22 is the post-mortem report number 1005-2008. 1.23 is the removal statement. 1.24 is the identification of the body. 1.25 is the scribe statement in terms of section 212 of 7 of Act 51 of 1977.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, could I ask you, are there any documents that were provided in the inquest request from the ICD?
Yes, Chairperson, if I can clarify that. When the docket was received back from the DPP's office, then often an inquest is then prepared. And then what the agreement was, or what the practice was rather, is that you take the docket then, because now it was declined to prosecute. You take the docket back to the station, and then the person, like in this case it would have been Vishnu, would then prepare the docket for an inquest, and then it will then be seen by the prosecutor, who will then make a decision.
Yes, but in this list that we have before us, are there any ICD documents?
Not that I see.
So no ICD documents appear from this list?
No, there seems to be no ICD documents.
Now, if you turn back a few pages back, on page BR 287.
Ms. Williams,
Yes, Chairperson.
this inquest document, BR 0290,
Yes,
it
Chairperson.
appears below the blocked information in capital letters bolded, the inquest clerk, Magistrate Court, Durban. Correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And this document was seemingly from the Commander Subs, Berea Detective Service, R.S. Savage.
Correct, Chairperson.
The commander was directing this document to the clerk of the court, who was going to deal with the inquest, or it was directed to the magistrate via the clerk of the court, the inquest clerk.
Correct, Chairperson.
I thought that we must clarify why we are now dealing with this document the way it is. It was not very clear to me for what purpose it appears the way it appears.
Thank you, Chair.
And there is no indication of CCN in this document. It is the case number that would have been allocated by ICD as you investigated the matter, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
That confirms the answer that you've just given to Advocate Ramogale, that none of the documents from ICD appears in this inquest request.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Williams, just as a follow-up to that, was it normal for an inquest request that comes from SAPS to the Match Court inquest clerk to not include the CCD docket from the ICD and any documents that come from the ICD?
In my opinion, there should have been information or documents from the ICD that would have been included in there. The reason I say that is because the murder was investigated by myself. However, they do not need to use the CCN number because obviously that is a case control number, a reference number that is used only by the IPID or the ICD at that time and now the IPID. So that was not necessary, but any other documentation pertaining to this case that I would have investigated, all of that should have been included in the inquest. However, I cannot speak for Berea. I don't know what their practice was.
Now, when a request such as this is being made to the Match Court, what is the Magistrate Court being asked to do?
The Magistrate Court is then being asked to do or to read through the documentation and then to see if the matter is indeed an inquest, and if they were not really sure about what they were reading, they could then ask for a formal inquest. I do not know. I haven't checked what the outcome of this was. I just have to go through the documentation as we proceed.
And when the request is received by the Match Court, and I assume the documents are read, what is the process leading to? Is there an outcome that's meant to come out of that?
Yes, there is an outcome that's meant to come out of that. It's either the shooting would then be justified, if I can use that word, or like I say, if the prosecutor and the magistrate is not or the prosecutor is not satisfied, then a formal inquest will then be held where questions would be asked, and depending on the outcome of that, the matter will then be laid to rest, or something else, maybe a murder charge would be reinstituted again, but that depends on whatever the magistrate finds that is bothering him or compelling evidence that is there.
Now, assist the inquiry with this. How is a magistrate expected to make a decision about whether, as you say in your words, the killing was justified or not, if they don't have the ICD docket and the investigations that were done by the ICD?
That should be prepared. All of that information should have been in the inquest, because when you prepare the inquest, all the relevant documentation must be accompanied.
Now, you've just said now that you're not sure what the outcome of that is, of this particular inquest request. If I could ask you to turn a few pages back, BR 0287.
I have it in front of me, yes.
Could you just tell the panel what is this document that we're looking at here?
That is the inquest, the result of the inquest, Act 58 of 1959. For Berea case 288 of 5/2008, postmortem number 1005-08. And it's a J56.
Sorry, I'm not sure. You just read a number out, Ms. Williams. I just can't make out where that is. The postmortem number, you said.
The postmortem number, it's right at the top. You will see Berea case 288 of 5/2008. And right next to it, there will be a PM number 1005 of 8.
And then there's another number that appears on the right-hand side.
Yes, it appears to be the J56 number. It's number 556-10.
And what's a J56?
For the life of me, I cannot remember, but I think this is the outcome, if I remember correctly. of the inquest that would have been read, and a decision would have then been made by a magistrate.
Right. Now, at the top left corner, could you just tell the panel what it is that we see there? It says held at, and then it continues on.
Yes, it was held at Durban, and then by Germus Hayes, who seems to be a magistrate for the said district in Durban. And then there's a date on which it appears to have been held. It was on the 17th of August 2010.
And then it reads there, just after that, after August 2010.
It says findings in terms of section 16 of the Act, and then in respect of identity of the deceased, it says again, Tabu Sunshine Msimango. He's a male, 30 years old. And then the date of his death, that would have been the 24th of May 2008.
And then it says at C, cause or likely cause of death. What is that?
Death is gunshot wounds to the head and abdomen involving the chest and blunt force head and chest injury. And then at D, it says whether the death was brought against by any act or omission involving or amounting to a prima facie offense of the part of any person. And then it says no.
So let's just stop there. So in terms of this, which is the findings in terms of section 16 of the Act, in answer to the question whether the death was brought about by any act or omission involving or amounting to a prima facie offense on the part of any person, the finding there, it appears to be no by the magistrate. Is our reading correct of that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
What does that mean?
It means that the court is finding that, in my own words, that the shooting was justified.
Is the court finding that no one is accountable for that?
No one is accountable for the death of the person involved, Tabu Sunshine Msimango.
And what is the date of that finding?
The date would be on the 17th of August 2010.
Now, we've now seen from the request from the South African Police Service at BR0290, the documents that were put before the inquest clerk at the Magistrate Court. And you've told us that it doesn't include the ICD documents, which we now know would have been drafted by yourself as a lead investigator in this matter. What should the inquiry make of this particular outcome?
That not all evidence was then provided to the magistrate or even to the inquest clerk pertaining to this case, and therefore the only conclusion I can draw is that there was not an informed decision made in this regard.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams, I'd like to ask you about the inquest. You have mentioned that in certain circumstances a formal inquest would be held, and in different circumstances the case would just be closed or the matter would be settled on papers. Now, the first question that I'd like to ask you is about the inquest that is settled on papers. Who takes charge of that? Who considers the material and makes a decision on the outcome of the inquest?
I would think, Chairperson, that it would be the magistrate to whom the documents is then presented.
Once that inquest is settled on papers, do you know as to whether the members of the bereaved family would be informed of the outcome of the inquest?
Ma'am, that I would not know, because that would now have been at station level. So only the detectives will then be able to give a response and an answer to that.
Then that dispenses with my need to ask the next question. That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome, Chairperson.
Before you, you proceed, Ms. Williams, may I take you back to paragraph 73, the very last sentence, where you said, okay, before that, you said you concluded that the killing of Mr. Msimang was not justified, and you recommended that the Katomena SVC members be charged with murder. And your supervisor signed off on the recommendation. But then you go on to say, once you forwarded the docket to the DPP's office, together with a memorandum, the DPP KZN declined to prosecute.
That's correct, Chairperson.
That's your testimony. And you were asked if you know when was this. I want to help you jog your memory from the document at BR0287. We now see that the date of death is the 24th of May 2008.
Yes, Chairperson.
And earlier on, at paragraph 272, you said you attended the reconstruction 2 days after the incidents.
Yes, Chairperson.
Which means it was around maybe the 26th, 27th May 2008.
Around there, yes, Chairperson.
Now my question to you is, do you know who was the DPP KZN at that time in 2008? And if you know, can you give us the name?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I cannot recall who the DPP was at that stage. So I'm just trying to remember. No, ma'am, I will have to check with my office. I can't remember that.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
In fact, Ms. Williams, before we move off from Berea, we searched through the entirety of this docket and we found absolutely no documents from the ICD. Is that normal?
No, that would not be normal. I would have thought that SAPS would, because we include their documentation, that they would also include our documentation. If they do not have that, at least make a request for us to make that available to them.
And can you confirm to this panel that you actually did provide documents, there were reports related to this particular matter?
Yes, that was so, and it was also given to the DPPs on a memo. There was a DPP memo that was going with this particular docket.
Advocate Ramogale, may I correct myself? Apparently, I said 2007 instead of 2008.
I certainly heard 2008, but maybe I'm mistaken as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. If we now could turn to the... I'm sorry, Chair.
Do you remember yourself, Council, with your team, who was the DPP Durban, KZN, in 2008?
Yes, Chair, we do. From on our understanding, Ms. Sharmilla Williams was the DPP at the time. In fact, we've been able to nail down a date. From a public document that we found from the NPA, it appears that she remained the DPP until October 2008. Sorry, 2009, I'm mistaken, October 2009.
Do you recollect that information?
Yes, ma'am, I actually just remembered now. Just to be clear on that, my understanding was that she was the acting DPP or the DPP for the Durban office. I'm not sure how they made the distinction, ma'am. I don't want to confuse the panel, but I think the Durban district operated on a different level, or they had a different DPP, almost like a district person that was overseeing the office. But the overall DPP, in my memory, would have been in Pietermaritzburg, but she was responsible for the Durban office.
The DPPs are responsible for the provinces, entire province.
Yes, ma'am, but then there was also the subsection that I knew of where I will, just to fast forward a little bit, and I'm trying not to cause confusion here. When I was working in the Durban Central case, Jerome had actually called the DPP in Pietermaritzburg, and they referred him to Shariza Romata, who was the acting DPP, I think, at that moment. I can't remember if she was acting or she was the DPP for the Durban district. So there was some sort of a delegation of powers to the Durban office. I hope I make myself clear in that regard.
Yes, we just wanted to ascertain who the DPP KZN was. And Council just reminded us that at that time, 2008, it was Advocate Batoi
Yes, for the Durban district.
for KZN.
Ma'am,
It may be complicated for you to follow, but we'll leave it there, Ms. Williams.
Okay.
You see in paragraph 73, the last sentence, you record the DPP, KZN declined to prosecute. And
yes,
you
ma'am.
wanted to know who the DPP then was.
Yes, I understand what the question was, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Ms. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just maybe to clear this thing up once and for all. It would assist if you were to furnish a copy of the document that you rely on for. Thank you. Will you do that?
We will. We'll do so today.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, just to close off on Berea, we see in any event, whether she was DPP Durban or DPP KZN, at 287, BR 287, it says that this particular inquest was held at Durban, in the district of Durban.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And so if she was the DPP of KZN or DPP of Durban, it seems to not matter much.
I understand that, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. If we could now move to the Durban Central matter.
Before we move, I'm just to satisfy my curiosity, did you ever become aware before today that your recommendations were not accepted by the, okay, you knew that your recommendations were not accepted by the DPP, but did you ever become aware that part of your investigation was not part of the documents that were submitted to the magistrate who conducted the inquest?
No, ma'am, this is actually the first time that I hear of that. I was not aware of that at all.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, we're now about to turn to, I assume you're taking your Durban Central documents. I'll just give you a moment.
Yes, I do have the Durban Central documents in front of me.
Thank you. You begin at paragraph 74 that by stating that Mr. Bongani Mkhize was killed on the 3rd of February 2009. Could you just tell the panel about this particular matter and your involvement in it?
I was the lead investigator in this case. I attended the scene. On the 3rd of February 2009, ICD received a report of a shooting involving members of the National Intervention Unit at Mngeni Road in Durban. I was on official duty that day at the ICD's office in Durban. Initially, it was reported that the civilian shot by NIU members was still alive. Notwithstanding the fact that ICD's jurisdiction is triggered by a death caused by police action by SAPS, my manager, Jerome Nobo, instructed me to attend the scene and report back to him. I arrived at the scene at Mngeni Road at approximately 3:10. I was accompanied by another investigator, Ms. Ntombi Gibson. When I arrived at the scene, SAPS members had already started processing the scene. Ms. Gibson and I spoke to the duty officer on the scene and were introduced as members of the ICD to Superintendent Jackie Bristow. Superintendent Bristow was immediately hostile to our presence. She refused to allow us to interview anyone at the scene and prevented us from inspecting the scene itself. At one point, Superintendent Bristow accused Ms. Gibson and I of being reporters, notwithstanding the fact that we had been introduced to her by another SAPS members as ICD investigators. My impression was that Superintendent Bristow had made up her mind before we arrived that she would not permit anyone from ICD to access the scene.
Now, Ms. Williams, let's just stop there. There's reference in your statement to affidavits in the docket. Could I ask you to begin first with your affidavit? You will see that at DC 000-191 to 192.
Just filing it.
For the purpose of the record, that DC that we're referring to is DC 1.
Give us the number.
191, DC 000-191.
Almost there. I do have a chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just a moment, please. Could you inform the panel what is this document that we're looking at?
That is a statement that was provided by me.
And at DC 000-192, we see S.H. Williams with what appears to be an inscription there. What is that?
That is my signature.
And on what date was this statement made?
On the 9th of December 2009.
Now, if we go back to DC 000-191, could you just tell us in which matter did you make this statement?
This matter was made in relation to Durban Central Case 185 of 2009. It was the matter in which Pongani Mkhize was shot and killed by SVC members.
Could you just read to the panel what you state there in paragraph 2?
On 2009-02-03, I attended a crime scene at Mgeni Road, Durban, with Ms. Gibson from this office. On our arrival at the scene at approximately 3:10, we were met by Superintendent Bristow, who was processing the scene, and she requested Ms. Gibson and I wait until the police was done with the scene. The same Superintendent Bristow then refused to allow us...
Sorry, Ms. Williams, I'm sorry, just a little slower. You're going way too fast.
Oh, apologies, Chairperson. The same Superintendent Bristow then refused to allow us to interview anybody on the scene. Ms. Gibson and I discreetly made inquiries at the scene since we did not know what transpired, only knew that the deceased was an alleged suspect in another high-profile matter.
Ms. Williams, sorry, again, you're slower, please. Slower, please.
I'm so sorry. Just something that I always do. I apologize for that.
All right.
Ms. Gibson and I waited until the police was done with the scene. The same Superintendent Bristow then refused to allow us to interview anybody on the scene. Ms. Gibson and I discreetly made inquiries at the scene since we did not know what transpired and only knew that the deceased was an alleged suspect in another high-profile matter. 3 members from NIU Marion Hill and Inspector Glamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikuluma spoke to Ms. Gibson and me and told us that they assisted Cato Manor organized crime because they heard them call for backup on the radio. They also described to us that they witnessed how the deceased was shooting at members from Cato Manor organized crime, and they responded by cutting off the vehicle and fired shots at them, and they returned fire. Whilst the LCRC officer was busy processing the scene, he allowed Ms. Gibson and I to view the scene. The scene was not contaminated by our presence. I saw the deceased was slumped in the driver's seat, and he had a huge gap on the right side of his face, and a part of his tongue was lying on the dashboard. The black Lexus that the deceased was traveling in was riddled with bullets, and predominantly the right-hand side.
Now, if I could just ask you to stop there. You state there that when you arrived at the scene at approximately 3:10, you were met by Superintendent Bristow, who was processing the scene, and she requested that you wait until the police was done. The same Bristow, Superintendent Bristow, my apologies, then refused to allow you to interview anybody on the scene. And then you and Ms. Gibson discreetly made inquiries at the scene, since you did not know what transpired, but all you knew was that the deceased was that the deceased was an alleged suspect in another high-profile matter. Now, if I could ask you, just keeping that page in mind, to also turn to Ms. Gibson's statement, which appears at DC 000254. That would be in volume in DC2, Madam Chair. DC2.
DC2?
Yes, at page DC 000254.
It's in part 2.
Yes, it's quite a bulky docket.
000254. I have that, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. If you could inform the Chairperson and the panel, what is this document that we're looking at?
It's a statement furnished by Tommy Gibson, from former ICD colleague of mine that was with me at the scene.
And in which matter is this?
This would be in the same matter, Durban Central Case 185 of 2009.
Yes, and if you could read what she says in paragraph 2.
On 2009-02-03, I attended the crime scene in the Mgeni Road, Durban, with Ms. Williams from this office. On our arrival at the scene at approximately 15:10, we were met by a white female Superintendent Bristow, who was processing the scene, and she requested that we should wait until the police were done with the scene. The same superintendent then refused to allow us to interview anybody on the scene. She said our members were much traumatized and were not in a position to answer any question for anyone. Ms. Williams and I discreetly made inquiries at the scene, since we did not know what transpired. I interviewed 3 members from the NIU, Inspector Lamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikulume. They informed us that they were patrolling the area, and they heard on the police radio that the Cato Manor organized crime members wanted backup, as they were under fire from a suspect that was involved with the killing of Sokono and Nkosi Zondi. They further informed us that they rushed to Mgeni Road and they spotted the suspect, who was driving a black Lexus. They alleged that the suspect shot at them as they were traveling with a white Quantum. They alleged that they drove alongside him on the suspect's right-hand side. They alleged that the suspect continued firing shots at them, and the 3 of them returned fire using their R5 rifles. I inquired as to who were the other members who fired shots beside them, and Inspector Lamuka informed us that it was only them, the NIU members, who fired shots. I asked them as to who the Quantum belonged to. Inspector Lamuka informed that it was a Quantum from NIU. They confirmed that they were not injured from the shooting. While the LCRC officer was busy processing the scene, he allowed Ms. Williams and I to view the scene. The scene was not contaminated by our presence. I saw the deceased was slumped in the driver's seat, and he had a huge hole on the right side of his face, and a part of his tongue was lying on the dashboard. The black Lexus that the deceased was traveling in was riddled with bullets on predominantly the right-hand side. There was a black Z88 firearm inside the Lexus on the front passenger side on the floor. It was alleged by the superintendent that that was the firearm that was used by the suspect to shoot at the police. It had no serial number.
Now, if I could ask you to stop there and go to, again, bearing that particular statement in mind, DC 000414. Members of the panel, DC 000414 is in DC 2, the very same documents that you have before you.
You are referring us to a lot of documents without telling us why.
I'm getting to that point, Madam Chair. My apologies.
Because you might want to ask questions in relation to some of the documents.
Indeed.
But we'll keep them together in front of us so that we don't lose track.
Yes, yes.
What is the last one?
The last one on this particular point is DC 000414.
Do you want me to proceed?
Just a moment, please.
May I continue?
Just a sec, Ms. Williams. We'll be with you just now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Williams, could you tell the panel what is this document we're looking at?
This also seems to be a statement made by Tommy Gibson.
And on what date was the statement made? If you turn to page 416.
It seems to have been made on the 22nd of March in 2012.
Yes. Now, if you could read what appears in Ms. Gibson's affidavit in paragraph 2 on page
I would like to
000414.
It says, I would like to make my further statement that on 2009 or 2003, at about 15:10, I attended a shooting scene at Mgeni Road with Ms. Williams. Upon our arrival, myself and Ms. Williams asked for a duty officer. We were shown a white lady who was inside the tape that cordoned off the scene. I and Ms. Williams both went closer to the tape and we called the white lady. We introduced ourselves, we gave our names and surnames, and that we were from ICD. We were informed that the white lady was a superintendent. The lady chased us away from the scene. She said, ICD, move away, this is my scene. We both moved away as she instructed us. The superintendent was not cooperative at the scene at all. She was well aware that we were from ICD. After we were chased, we went to the side of the road and we found Warrant Officer Glamuka, Constable Mfene and Constable Sikuluma from NIU. I then spoke to Warrant Officer Glamuka and interviewed him as to what happened and who was the man that was killed. Warrant Officer Glamuka informed me that they were in town when they heard on the police radio that a dangerous suspect was driving at Mgeni Road and that police were looking for backup. Warrant Officer Glamuka informed me that he and other NIU members rushed to Mgeni Road to look for that dangerous suspect. The description of the vehicle was given a black Lexus. Warrant Officer Glamuka informed me that when they reached Mgeni Road, they spotted the black Lexus and they drove with their Quantum behind it. Warrant Officer Glamuka alleges that when NIU Quantum drove next to the black Lexus, the driver of the Lexus fired shots at them, and they returned fire using their R5 rifles. The man was then subsequently killed.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. If I could ask you to stop there. Now, there are now 3 statements that we've looked at from the docket, and we go back to what you stated in paragraph 80 of your statement, which is that when you arrived at the scene, Superintendent Bristow refused to allow you to interview anyone at the scene and prevented you from inspecting the scene yourself.
Yes.
Was this normal?
That was not normal, Chairperson.
And why is that so? You're the ICD, you arrive at the scene, and then what?
With the ICD Chairperson, we arrive at the scene, that automatically becomes an ICD scene. That was, in actual fact, that was my scene. I should have been given permission, and I was the one that was calling, that should have instructed or led the way as to what was going to happen.
But what should the panel make of that? That you arrive at the scene and you're told by Superintendent Bristow that you can't access the scene?
That was a clear obstruction of ICD duties.
And why is that?
The only conclusion I can draw is there was something at that scene that Colonel Bristow, I don't know why, but there was something at that scene that she did not want ICD members to see.
Yeah, thank you, Counsel. Ms. Williams, you have just said that as soon as we arrive at the scene, it becomes an IDC scene. Now, can you just educate us a little bit about that? I mean, you'll find maybe the police officers already SAPS at the scene, and then when you come, does it mean that immediately you arrive, then you are supposed to be seized with the scene? Do you displace them, or would that be a parallel process?
No, ma'am, that is not supposed to be a parallel process. The minute an ICD member arrives at the scene, we take control of that scene. We are now in control of whatever happens at that scene. And that was known by every member in the KZN or anywhere in the Republic of South Africa, that when ICD arrives there, the scene becomes ours. If there's a natural handing over, there is no fight regarding that, there's no negotiation regarding that. But in this case, the woman was hostile towards us. She at some stage even called us reporters. And yet there were members at that scene that knew that we were ICD personnel, and she had made up her mind there was no way that she was allowing us on that scene.
Does it then mean that ordinarily, if they were following process, they were supposed now to back off and you would be the sole power in charge of the scene?
Yes, ma'am. And then what also happens there, I was supposed to be in charge of that scene. LCRC would do the processing as per normal. The person that was on standby for that particular area would have been Durban Central, and that could have either have been, I think there was a Captain Governor. Captain Governor would then have been the one that would have part of the processing of that scene. That is what normally happened. But in the Durban Central matter, ma'am, there was a lot of hostility, and the police wanted to do everything, and the ICD was only allowed after the scene was processed, and the LCRC person then took us through everything again.
Now, you say the approach is actually known maybe across the country. Do you know of any document that issues this type of instruction, or does it something that comes from the legislation? Is it statutory, as far as you know? Are you able to assist us with it?
Ma'am, I'm not sure, but I think it was statutory. I just don't have that with me now, but I think it was, speaking under correction, but I think it was a statutory rule that was there. So we were allowed to be on that scene.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
So, Ms. Williams, I think the question is whether you know of any instrument or statute that says that when the ICD arrives at a scene, the ICD must take over and control the scene.
There is one, I just don't know it offhand, off the top of the head.
And you say it's statutory? It's
Yes,
likely to be.
I believe so, yes.
Let's go back to your statement DC 000191. Do you have it?
I'm almost there. Yes, I do have it now, Chairperson.
In paragraph 2, you make mention there of the Marion Hill NIU police officers who had been radioed for backup by the Katomena unit.
That's correct,
Inspector
Chairperson.
Dlamuka, Constable Mfene, Constable Skulume.
That's correct, Chairperson.
In the next sentence, you mention that they also described to us that they witnessed how the deceased was shooting at the members of the Katomena organized crime.
Correct, Chairperson.
And they responded by cutting off the vehicle and fired shot at them, and they returned fire.
Correct, Chairperson.
The they that you are referring to there are the Marion Hill NI unit, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson. The NIU unit from Marion Hill.
What they reported to you sounds like they were eyewitnesses. They witnessed the shooting
Correct, Chairperson.
by the suspect.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Did you or Superintendent Bristow take statements from these 3 officers?
No, ma'am, I requested a statement from them afterwards. I'm not aware that Superintendent Bristow took statements from them.
You requested statements from them.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you make or write their statements?
I did not write their statements. They wrote their statements by themselves, and it was handed to, I can't remember if it was handed to myself or to Warrant Officer Daniels at that stage, but it was received.
Where are those statements?
They are contained in the docket, Chairperson.
The Devon Central case?
Devon Central Case 185 of 2009.
Advocate Ramogale, do we have those statements?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Are they contained in this DC 000?
Indeed, they are, Chair.
Would you draw my attention to the pages?
Yes, the statement by Inspector Dlamuka is at DC 00040.
Please give me a second.
Triple 04.
40.
Triple 04?
40, Madam Chair.
40.
Yes. If it assists, it's in DC1.
DC1.
DC1, yes.
I do have it in front of me, Chairperson.
DC 000 or 00
000
4
40. Page 40, essentially. Sorry, not 000, quadruple zero. 40.
quadruple zero.
Yes, quadruple 040.
Got me confused.
Apologies, Chair.
Does Mr. Dlamuka confirm what you state in your statement at paragraph 73? Not your affidavit, the statement that we read earlier on in the same document.
Are you talking about the statement that I made in respect of the Central Bank?
Yes, let me get that statement now, because there's so many statements that we are looking at. By
Yes.
the way, Council, remind me where the statement of the witnesses, the one that we are reading.
It's at DC 000191.
DC 000191.
191. That would be DC 1, Madam Chair.
There's another one at 000228. Yes, 191.
Yes.
Does Inspector Dlamuka confirm what you state at paragraph 2 of your statement? What they witnessed?
Correct, Chairperson.
You can quickly read his statement that appears at page 40, a quadruple zero, DC quadruple 040.
Not 40040. I'm sorry, Chairperson, I just have the wrong page here.
Please help the witness, Counsel.
Yes, indeed, Chair. Ms. Williams, in the very first, it's in the beginning of the first few pages of the Durban Central Docket, it's DC 000040. So page 40, essentially.
I'm almost there. Apologies, I heard incorrectly. Blanca's statement in front of me. Just making a note for myself. Would you like me to read the statement?
Yes, the Chair's asked that you read the statement and compare that with the statement that you've given at DC 000191, the first statement we read, to confirm whether the version that you were told is consistent or not.
You may begin at paragraph 4 of Inspector Dlamuka's statement.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself and Constable Finney caught up with the suspect on Guinea Road, just past Connaught Road Bridge, where we overtook the members of organized crime, and upon approaching the said vehicle close to the BP garage, the suspect produced a firearm and fired shots in our direction, and Constable Mfene returned fire immediately in the direction of the suspect. We then alighted from our vehicle and approached suspect vehicle. I observed a pistol black of color lying next to the deceased. The scene was then secured and taken by necessary role players.
What you note on this statement by Inspector Dlamuka refers to the suspect having fired at them, that is the Marian Hill unit. But there's no mention of them saying, or him, the inspector, saying he witnessed how the deceased was shooting at the members of the Katomena.
I understand what you are saying, ma'am. When I go back to paragraph 4, ma'am, he says, just past the Connaught Road Bridge, where we overtook the members of organized crime, and upon approaching the said vehicle close to the BP garage, the suspect produced a firearm. He only speaks about a firearm being produced at this stage, and fired shots in our direction. Myself and Constable Mfene returned fire immediately in the direction of the suspect.
Should we read this as suggesting that the suspect was firing at the Katomena unit because you had just overtook them?
Ma'am, the way I read and the way I understand is, he says, he doesn't say that they were shooting, that the suspect was shooting at the organized crime members, because he says the suspect produced, close to the BP garage, the suspect produced a firearm. So that could not have been the same time when Katomena members were still in the vicinity.
I don't understand. Do you understand?
Yes, Chair, I understand the point the witness is trying to make. If I could refer to more documents to try and assist. Ms. Williams, in the same file, if you could page to DC 000019. Apologies. In fact, it's the next page, DC 000020.
Yes, I have that in front of me, Chairperson.
But maybe before you do that, we should finish the statements of those Marian Hill officers, because maybe some of those statements will confirm the point that she makes in her statement.
Yes, Chair. Chair, the point, I don't want to make it for the witnesses, is that when one compares all of these versions, different scenes play out depending on the officer that you're speaking to.
Yes.
And so to the Chair's question to the witness about in which direction was the shots being fired at, was it the NIU or was it Katomena? What's actually the version?
Yes.
And the Chair will recall that we've gone through the statements of the Katomena unit, and on their version, they say they were shot at. But according to the NIU says we were being shot at. So, yeah.
The reason why I focus on the statements of these independent witnesses, not the Katomena member statements, is because it suggests that they were eyewitness. They were neither the Katomena police officers or members, nor were they members of Ms. Williams' team. As I understand it, they were independent eyewitnesses. That is why I'd like us to focus on the statements.
Chair, it will certainly comply with that. If I could assist the witness then by referring to the second statement.
Yes.
By, I'm not sure if it's Constable, but I'll call him Officer Mfene. His statement, Ms. Williams, appears in the same file or the same volume that you're dealing with at page 000085.
I do have it in front of me, Chairperson.
It's DC.
DC, quadruple zero, page 85.
DC 1/00085.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Williams, do you have that?
I have that in front of me, Chairperson.
Thank you. Could you tell the panel what it is that we're looking at?
We're looking at the statement provided by Stanley Sandile Mfene from NIU.
And could you read from paragraph 2, please, of his statement?
Tuesday, 2009-02-3, I was on duty in full uniform and in the company of Inspector Ramuka. We were requested to assist members from Organized Crime Durban searching for suspects involved in Gauteng as 113 of 1/2009, should have been 2008. On the same day, at about 13:15, members of organized crime spotted the vehicle with suspect, a black Lexus, the registration number 148765, and began following it. We caught up with the suspect on the Mgeni Road, just past the Kola Road Bridge, where we overtook the members of organized crime, and upon approaching the said vehicle close to the BP garage, the suspect produced a firearm and fired shots in our direction. I, with Inspector Ramuka, returned fire immediately in the direction of the suspect. We alighted from our vehicle. That's illegible, I can't see what that is. As the suspect's vehicle, looks like approaching the suspect's vehicle, I observed a pistol, black in color, lying next to the deceased. The scene was then secured and then taken over by the necessary role players.
The next statement of Constable Skulume.
That, Chair, we do not have in the docket. So we only have the two statements from Constable Mfene and Tlamuka.
Verify with the witness.
Ms. Williams, if I could ask you to go to page, at the very beginning of that bundle, there's an index.
I have it in front of me, Chairperson.
Could you assist the panel to identify, if any, a statement made by Constable Sikulume?
Going through the page, Chairperson.
There appears to be no
There has
statement.
been no such statement.
There appears to be no statement by this officer, Mr. Skulume.
Maybe interject in that respect.
Yes, Marshal.
Ms. Williams, in the two statements, that is Dlamuka's statement, Inspector Dlamuka and Constable Mfene, they do not mention the third officer. They do not mention Constable Sikulume. What do you make of that? Because in your statement you say you and is it Miss Gibson?
Correct,
You
Chairperson.
say you spoke to the three officers from NIU and you include Constable Sikulume, but in their statements, they only talk about the two of them. Inspector Dlamuka talks about Constable Mfene, and Constable Mfene only refers to Inspector Dlamuka. What should we make of that?
Ma'am, that is also one of the problems I have because I don't know why that member was left out. I had requested at that stage, I spoke to Colonel Chauke, I also spoke to the member personally. I asked for him to furnish his he just looked at me, didn't respond to me. Colonel Chauke said that I shouldn't be bothering his members, but according to the three, when they were talking to us, he was there. He was even mentioned by the duty officer as one of the people that was the shortest from NIU. Yet this gentleman refused to give a statement to me at that stage, and I see he's never even furnished anybody else after me with a statement, but he was definitely there. We saw him, we engaged. And as far as I know, he was part of the three NIU members that was shooting.
The reason we went through this exercise is to ascertain whether these officers who made statements, Inspector Dlamuka and Constable Mfene, confirm what you state in your affidavit or your statement under oath at paragraph 2, that the suspect, these officers, said that they described to you that the deceased was shooting at the members from Katomena. Now, their statement, the two statements that we have just read of eyewitness Inspector Dlamuka and Constable Mfene, state that they overtook the Katomena unit members, and as they were driving towards the garage, the witness fired at their direction, the direction of the two officers, Inspector Dlamuka and Constable Mfene. You state that they told you that the deceased was shooting at Katomena. Now my question was, should we understand their statement to suggest that as they were firing at their direction Inspector Dlamuka, and Constable Mfene. The deceased was actually shooting towards the Katomena unit because you had just overtaken them. Because they had just overtaken them. I'm trying to correlate the three statements. Was the deceased shooting at the two officers? Or was he shooting or firing at the Katomena unit?
The way I read it, the deceased was shooting at the NIU members. That's when I read their statements, what they say in their statements.
Yes, that's what you say the officers told you. If you read your paragraph 2, that middle sentence.
Three members from NIU, Mary New and Inspector Dlamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikulume spoke to Ms. Gibson and me and told us that they assisted Katomena crime because they heard them call for backup on the radio. They also described to us that they witnessed how the deceased was shooting at members from Katomena organized crime, and they responded by cutting off the vehicle and fired shots at them, and they returned fire. Yet, ma'am, in their statements that they now furnish, the written statements that they provide, it's not the same as what they related to us at the scene. In their own statements, they do not say that the members actually, that the deceased shot at the Katomena organized crime. They actually say that they cut them off and then the firearm was only produced afterwards when they were near the BP garage, which is a little bit further from the Connaught Bridge. So they actually contradicted themselves. What they told us when we interviewed them and what they put on paper, ma'am, is two different statements.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It's almost 11:15.
It is tea time.
Yes.
Thank you, Advocate Ramogale. Ms. Williams, you are going to pause for 30 minutes for tea. You are under oath, and we will reconvene at 11:45.
Mr. Chairperson.
We adjourn. Good afternoon, or good day, everyone. Good day, Ms Williams.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good day, Ms Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon. Advocate Ramogale,
Yes, Chair.
I might have interrupted your train of thoughts.
No, no worries. We're here to assist the panel.
Yes, I just want to connect these things before I forget what I wanted to clarify.
Yes, Chair.
But you may proceed.
Chair, we've tried in the tea break to try and assist the chairperson with clarifying that particular sequence. Ms. Williams, if I could assist by directing you, we haven't gotten there yet, but since we're on this topic, let's get it out of the way. In paragraph 83 of your statement, I think that's an attempt to answer the chairperson's question.
Yes, I suggest that you don't interrupt yourself.
All right.
That's why I'm raising this point that I might have ran ahead of you.
Okay, I'm happy to deal with it now, Chair, because we can get it out of the way and move on, because I do want to make separate points related to those statements.
As it is convenient to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Williams, we're at, do you have paragraph 83?
Just 1 second. I just need to put my dockets aside and find it. Paragraph 83.
Yes.
Yes, I do have now.
Could you just read that out to the panel, please?
The NIU members told me that they were conducting a patrol when they received a request for backup from the Cato Manor unit on the police radio. They gave the following account of what happened next. When they arrived near the scene at Mgeni Road, they witnessed the deceased, Mr. Mkhize, shooting at the members of Cato Manor SPC. The NIU members joined in the pursuit of Mr. Mkhize's vehicle. At some point, the Cato Manor unit's vehicle fell behind and the NIU's vehicle took the lead. The NIU vehicle cut off Mr. Mkhize's vehicle, at which point Mr. Mkhize fired shots at the NIU members who returned fire. Mr. Mkhize was subdued and ultimately killed by shots fired by the NIU members. The only Cato Manor members identified as taking part in the alleged shootout were Inspector Adrian Stoltz and Constable Raymond Lee.
Now, if we could just stop there and go back to the statement that the chairperson was pointing to you, which is at DC 000191.
That is my statement, correct?
Indeed.
Yes.
At paragraph 2, the chair was pointing you to what you state there. You say 3 members from NIU, Marion Hill and Inspector Lamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikhulume, spoke to Ms. Gibson and me and told us that they assisted Cato Manor organized crime because they heard a call from backup on the radio. They also described to us that the witnesses they witnessed how the deceased was shooting at members from Cato Manor organized crime, and they responded by cutting off the vehicle and fired shots at them, and they returned fire. Now, you keep referring to they there. You say they also described to us that they witnessed how the deceased. Who's the they that you're referring to there?
The they I was referring to would be Inspector Lamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikhulume.
Right, and then you continue that they witnessed how the deceased was shooting at members of Cato Manor, and you also then say, and they responded by cutting off the vehicle and fired shots at them. Who's the they that you're referring to there?
The they I'm referring to is the same members from the NIU, and that would be the same members, Inspector Lamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikhulume.
And then you continue after stating that they responded by cutting off the vehicle and fired shots at them, and they returned fire. Once again, just to be clear, when you say they returned fire, who returned fire?
The they that I'm referring to here would be the same three members, Inspector Hlamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikulume.
Now, if we could turn to the statement that the chair directed you to from Inspector Hlamuka, which is at page 00040.
I have it in front of me, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. In paragraph 2, Constable Hlamuka says that on the 3rd of February 2009, he was on duty in full uniform and in the company of Constable Mfene. He says, we were requested to assist members from organized crime Durban with the searching for a suspect involved in Begi Temba CAS 113-01-2009. And then could you just read what he says at paragraph 3 and 4?
Paragraph 3 reads as follows. On the same day, at about 13:15, members of organized crime spotted and began following the suspect in his motor vehicle, a black Lexus with registration number ND 148765. Myself and Constable Mfene caught up with the suspect on the Mgeni Road, just past the Connaught Road Bridge, where we overtook the members of organized crime, and upon approaching the said vehicles close to the BP garage, the suspect produced a firearm and fired shots in our direction. Myself and Constable Mfene returned fire immediately in the direction of the suspect.
Right. And then the last statement, apologies. And then the last statement we'll look at is that of Officer Mfene, which is, we looked at it at 00085.
I have that. I actually made bookmarks for myself. I have it in front of me.
Yes. Could you inform the panel what is it that he states? Paragraph 2, 3, and 4.
He states as follows. On Tuesday, 2009-0203, I was on duty in full uniform and in the company of Inspector Hlamuka. We were requested to assist members from organized crime Durban searching for suspect involved in Beki Temba case 113-1-2009. On the same day, about 13:15, members of organized crime spotted the vehicle with suspect, a black Lexus ND 148765, and began following it. We caught up with the suspect on the Mgeni Road, just past the Connaught Road Bridge, where we overtook the members of organized crime, and upon approaching the said vehicle close to the BP garage, the suspect produced a firearm and fired shots in our direction. I, with Inspector Hlamuka, returned fire immediately in the direction of suspect. When we then alighted from our vehicle and upon approaching the suspect vehicle, I observed a pistol, black in color, lying next to the deceased. The scene was then secured and then taken over by the necessary role players.
Right. Now, if I could ask you, when you consider the date of the statement from Officer Mfene and the date of the statement from Inspector Hlamuka, you will find the date from the affidavit of Officer Mfene at the very next page of what you were reading now, at DC 00086.
I have it, yes.
What's the date that we see there?
It's the 2nd of November 2009.
Right. And if you go back to the statement by Inspector Hlamuka at DC 00040, what's the date that we see there?
It's the 16th of September 2009.
And then we go back to your statement which is at DC 000192. What's the date on which you give your statement?
Just give me 1 second, I just need to get there. The date of my statement is on the 9th of December 2009.
So of these statements, the three that we've just looked at, which statement came first?
I'm just going to make a note of that. Mine is 9th of December, it seems to be the last one.
That of Inspector Dlamuka.
Yes, Chair. Inspector Dlamuka and Officer Mfene.
Officer, I beg your pardon, Ms. Williams.
Yes,
But
Madam
for
Chair.
the sequence of date, the first statement would have been that of Inspector Dlamuka, followed by that of Constable Mfene in November, and then yours in December.
That's correct, ma'am.
Correct.
If I may, Inspector Dlamuka, his statement was commissioned on the 16th of September 2009. Constable Mfene, his one was on the 2nd of November 2009. And my one was made on the 2nd of December 2009.
Is that yours? Is that the 2nd or the 9th of December?
The 9th of December 2009. 2nd of November would have been the one for Mfene.
Yes. Now, the chairperson's question to you earlier was, what you stated in paragraph 2, is that consistent with what you were told? I mean, is that consistent with what we now see in the affidavits of Constable Mfene and Inspector Dlamuka?
No.
What is the inconsistency?
In what they related to us at the scene, they described to us how they witnessed how the deceased was shooting at members from Ketomena organized crime and how they responded by cutting off the vehicles. Yet in their statements, they don't say anything about Ketomena members being fired at. They only speak about a firearm being produced after that, and that would be a distance further away from where this would have occurred, ma'am, and that would have been at the BP garage. I know that area well, so I have an idea how far it is. It's not a very big distance away, but it's quite a distance away from there. So it was not at this stage, as they described to us at the scene, that the members were shot at. Because when I look at what they're saying in their statement, what they say here is two different things, ma'am.
And from the statements that we've read, do they give an account about why they started shooting at Mr. Mkhize?
Are you talking about in my statement now?
No. In the statement of Constable Mfene and Inspector Dlamuka, do they give an explanation about why they began shooting at Mr. Mkhize?
According to what I can read from their statements, they say that the reason they began shooting at Mr. Mkhize is because Mr. Mkhize is now pointing a firearm at them and shooting at them. That is what I understand from reading their statements.
Right. Now, if we could take that and compare it to the statements that were given by the members of Ketomena, you will find the first statement, I had pointed it to you earlier. It's at DC 000, page 22.
Is it 22 or 20?
20, my apologies, 20.
Yes, I do have that in front of me.
Whose statement is that, Counsel? Whose statement is that?
Ms. Williams, if you could answer the chair's question, whose statement is that?
This statement would be for Rakesh Chandravan Maharaj.
And who's Mr.
From-
Rakesh Maharaj?
He was a member of the Ketomela SBC.
Now, could you read what Mr. Maharaj states from paragraph 2 of his statement?
Paragraph 2 states as follows. On Tuesday, 2009-0203, I was on duty and the crew of a police vehicle. My driver was Detective Inspector G. Padayachi. Due to information received concerning a suspect, Bongani Mkhize, wanted on Becky Timber Cash 113 of 1/2009, we proceeded to the Overport area. The above suspect was also believed to be driving a blackish Toyota Lexus with registration number ND 148765. At approximately 13:15, whilst in the area, we were called via police radio by Inspector Stoltz requesting assistance to pull off the above-mentioned Lexus. My driver immediately responded by going in the direction of Umgeni Road, where I spotted the Lexus in front of me and thereafter joined in the high-speed car chase. The above vehicle eventually came to a halt opposite the BP garage on Umgeni Road, and my driver simultaneously stopped the police vehicle. At this stage, I noticed the driver firing shots in our direction. I immediately returned fire with my R5 rifle in the suspect's direction. That is all I wish to state.
Now, could you tell the panel what it is that Mr. Maharaj is saying about the shooting? Who does he say was shot at?
According to what I'm reading, from what Mr. Maharaj is saying, he says that the suspect is now shooting at himself and Inspector Padayachi.
Yes. Now, if you move on to the next page, DC 40022, could you inform the panel what it is that we're looking at here?
We are looking at a statement from Warrant Officer Padayachi.
Could you state his full names?
Gonasegran Padayachi.
And who's Mr. Gonaserian Padiachi?
He is a member that was attached to the Durban SBC. Ketomela SBC, ma'am.
And what does he state in paragraph 2, 3, and 4?
He states as follows. On 2009-0203, I was on duty and the driver of a police vehicle. My crew was Detective Inspector R.C. Maraj. Information was received regarding a suspect named Bongani Mkhize, who was wanted for murder with a Becky Timber Cash 113 of 1/2009. We were on the lookout for the suspect's vehicle, which was a dark-colored Toyota Lexus, bearing the registration number ND 148765. We then proceeded to the Overport area, as we believe the suspect was in the vicinity of Overport. At approximately 13:15, we were summoned via the police radio by Inspector Stoltz, requesting assistance as he had spotted the suspect's vehicle, namely the black Lexus. Inspector Stoltz gave us his location and we immediately headed in that direction. I spotted the Lexus in Umgeni Road and a high-speed chase continued in pursuit of the suspect vehicle. We continued east on Umgeni Road until passing under Connaught Bridge, when shots were fired at the tires of the Lexus by Inspector Stoltz. The Lexus came to a stop on Umgeni Road opposite the BP garage. I stopped my vehicle on the right side of the Lexus and I noticed the driver firing shots at us. I returned fire with my 9mm Beretta pistol.
Now, according to Officer Padiachi, in which direction were the shots fired at?
The shots was fired. I'm going to read from his statement. I stopped my vehicle on the right side of the Lexus and I noticed the driver firing shots at us, which means the us must have been himself and Inspector Maharaj, as he's describing here.
could I ask you this? We've now looked at two statements, one from Officer Maharaj, the other from Officer Padiachi. Is there any mention in either of their statements of the NIU?
No, there's no mention of NIU members, Chairperson.
What should the panel make of that?
It does not appear that the NIU members were involved in the shooting.
Right, we'll come to that later, but you've got two statements here, one by Mr. Maharaj, the other by Mr. Padiachi, who describe the shooting, and as you've said, there's no mention of the NIU. If the panel were to ask you what conclusions it should draw from that, what would you say?
The shootout here, according to what I'm reading, ma'am, the shootout would then have been between Inspector Maharaj, Inspector Padiachi, and then the deceased Bongani Mkhize.
Now, if we go to the last statement from one of the Cato Manor members, which is a few pages back at DC 00019.
I do have that, yes.
What is this document that we're looking at?
We are looking at a statement provided by Warrant Officer Stoltz, Adrian Stoltz. He's also attached at Cato Manor SBC.
And could you tell the panel who? Oh, you've already told us that he's from Cato Manor. But could you tell the panel what he reads there, or what he states there rather, at paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5?
He states as follows: on Tuesday, 2009-0203, I was on official duty with Constable R. Lee, that would be Raymond Lee, number 7009776-3. Information was received regarding a suspect, Bongani Mkhize, wanted on Becky Temba Cas 113 of 1/2009, whom was seen driving a dark-colored Lexus registration number ND 148765 in the Overport area. I decided to conduct surveillance duties alongside Ridge Road. At about 13:10, a black Lexus registration number 148765 was observed driving in a southern direction towards Overport City. Constable Lee and I followed the said vehicle along Ridge Road. Over the intersection of Ridge and Sparks Road, the suspect vehicle turned right into McCord Drive and accelerated. Constable Lee continued to follow the vehicle, and I informed the other members via radio what the situation is and the location of the suspect vehicle. The vehicle turned into Highview Road towards Sparks Road, left into Sparks Road towards Brickfield Road. Constable Lee managed to pull up along the side of the Lexus. I produced my police appointment certificate and instructed the driver of the Lexus to stop. The driver of the Lexus, the Lexus to stop. The driver of the Lexus ignored my instructions and kept on driving. The suspect then produced a firearm through his open window. Constable Lee applied brakes and pulled in behind the Lexus. The Lexus again accelerated, and I informed the other members that the suspect is armed. The suspect vehicle continued to drive at high speed towards Brickfield Road, right into Brickfield Road, left into Rosalind Road, left into Pastoral Road, left into Clayton Road, back towards Brickfield Road. The suspect then turned left into Brickfield Road towards Ngeni Road, right into Ngeni Road towards the Cornell Road Bridge. When the suspect vehicle had passed underneath the Cornell Road Bridge, the traffic cleared and I decided to stop the Lexus by shooting out the tires. I sat on the passenger door and fired several shots at the left and rear tires of the Lexus. The vehicle slowed down and stopped opposite the BP garage in Ngeni Road, where shots were fired between the suspects and other SAPS members. I alighted from my vehicle and approached the suspect vehicle when the exchange of gunfire ceased. Should I continue with paragraph 6?
No, what I was going to ask you is whether Officer Stoltz makes any mention of the NIU in his statement.
There is no specific mention to the NIU members in the statement.
And does he give an explanation about who fired the first shot?
Let me just read through again. The explanation he talks about here about who fired the first shots, if I'm reading correctly, is that he sat on the passenger door and fired several shots at the left and right rear tires of the Lexus.
Does he say whether Mr. Mkhize fired shots at them?
There is no such indication on this page in his statement.
Now, there's mention in his statement of Constable Lee. You will find Constable Lee's statement, again in the same vicinity of those documents, at DC 00024.
Just wait a minute. Your last question. The last but one sentence of paragraph 4, DC 00019. The suspect then produced the firearm through his open window. No mention of him shooting at them here by Inspector Stoltz.
No mention of him shooting at Inspector Stoltz. You're correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. And then we're now at the statement of Constable Lee. Could you read for the panel what appears in paragraphs 2 and 3 and 4 of his statement? Oh, I'm sorry. It's DC 00024, volume DC 1. Ms. Williams, do you have that?
Yes, I do have that. May I proceed?
Just a moment, please. Please proceed.
I read as follows. On Tuesday, 2009-0203, I was on duty and in the company of Inspector A. Stoltz. Information was received that the suspect, Bongani Mkhize, could be in the vicinity of the Overport area and possibly driving a dark-colored Lexus with registration number ND 148765. Members were deployed accordingly in the area to hold observation for the suspect and his vehicle. At 13:10, a black Lexus with registration number ND 148765 was noticed driving towards Overport City along Ridge Road. Inspector Stoltz and I immediately began following the black Lexus along Ridge Road, over the intersection of Ridge and Sparks Road towards the N3. The vehicle's movements were conveyed to the other members via radio. The Lexus then turned right into McCord Drive and began to accelerate to a high speed. I continued to follow the vehicle as it continued at high speed along McCord Drive and right into Highview Road, back towards Sparks Road. The Lexus continued to drive at high speed and went onto the right-hand side of the road at the intersection of Highview and Sparks Road to get around several cars waiting at the intersection. I followed the Lexus left into Sparks Road and down towards Brickfield Road. In Sparks Road, I managed to pull up along the right side of the Lexus whose driver's window was down. Inspector Stoltz produced his appointment certificate and shouted for him to pull over as we are the police. The driver, who was now identified as Bongani Mkhize, proceeded to produce a pistol and point it at us. I immediately hit the brakes and pulled in behind the Lexus. The Lexus again accelerated, going onto the right-hand side of the road, going contraflow through the intersection of Sparks and Brickfield. turning right into Brickfield Road. I was still following the Lexus, which was again driving at high speed through the traffic. The car then turned right into Rosalind Road, continuing along Rosalind Road before turning left into Pastoral Road. The car then turned left into Clayton Road, heading past Clayton Road School and down towards Brickfield Road. During all this, the suspect did not slow down. The chase then continued left into Brickfield Road, where the driver ignored red robots and climbed pavements to get away from us. The suspect then turned right into Umgeni Road, continuing to ignore the red robots, headed towards town, weaving through traffic. Along Umgeni Road and under the Cornell Road Bridge, the traffic cleared and it was decided to stop the Lexus by shooting at the tires. Shots were then fired towards the vehicle. The car then slowed down in Umgeni Road close to the BP garage, and the vehicle containing tactical intervention unit members pulled up alongside the Lexus and more shots were fired. The members alighted and approached the vehicle from various angles, and in the motor vehicle, a 9mm pistol was found lying next to the deceased. Paramedics, duty officers, and the detective on call were then summoned. The scene was secured and we remained at the scene.
Now, you've just now read the statement of Constable Lee. Does Constable Lee say that Mr. Mkhize fired a shot at them?
I don't see that in the statement.
What does he say, particularly in paragraph 4?
Along the Umgeni Road and under the Cornell Road Bridge, the traffic cleared and it was decided to stop the Lexus by shooting out the tires. Shots were then fired towards the vehicle. The car then slowed down in Umgeni Road close to the BP garage, and the vehicle containing tactical intervention unit members, that would be the NIU members chairperson, pulled up along the Lexus and more shots were fired.
Now, he says here in paragraph 4 that it was decided to stop the Lexus by shooting out the tires. Shots were then fired towards the vehicle. Does he explain who fired the shots towards the vehicle?
He only says here, he speaks about tactical intervention unit members pulled up along the Lexus and more shots were fired. So when I'm reading this, my understanding is that he is now saying that shots were now fired from the NIU, Tactical Intervention Unit members.
No, let's just go a sentence back. He says, along Umgeni Road, etc., the traffic cleared and it was decided to stop the Lexus by shooting out the tires. Shots were then fired towards the vehicle. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Does he explain who fired the shots towards the vehicle?
He does not say who really fired the shots towards the vehicle, but there's nothing saying that there were shots fired to them from this vehicle. So in my understanding, when I read, if I have to interpret this, it says that the police members who decided to stop the Lexus by shooting at the tires then fired towards the vehicle.
Now, we've seen your statement at DC 000191, in which you state that you were informed by the NIU that shots were fired at Cato Manor, and then they took over and fired shots at Mr. Mkhize. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And then we've now seen the statement of the NIU, Inspector Lamuka, as well as Constable Mfene, who says that they took over. They received radio help from Cato Manor, took over the scene, and then the suspect, or Mr. Mkhize, fired shots at them and they returned fire. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And now we've read the statements from the Cato Manor unit, from Officers Stoltz, Pariachi, Lee, and Maharaj, in which Maharaj and Officer Padayachi say that the deceased Mr. Mkhize fired shots at them and they returned fire.
That's correct, yes.
And now we've just read both the versions of Officer Stoltz as well as Officer Lee that says that it was decided to stop the vehicle by firing shots at it. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
What should the panel now make of these different versions from the police as well as from what was conveyed to you?
Chairperson, there is a clear contradiction in the statements of what actually transpired at that scene. If I may speak my mind, it's clear here that somebody is lying about what actually transpired and how it came that Mr. Bongani Mkhize met his demise.
Now, what does the NIU tell us in their statement was the reason why they were chasing after Mr. Mkhize?
According to the NIU statements that I've just read, they say that they were assisting, they were called on to assist, they were called for backup, and they interceded, and the Cato Manor members fell behind. They took over the high-speed car chase, that's what they call it, and then the member then produced, the deceased produced a firearm, aimed it at them, and they shot at him.
Now, in fairness to them, let's go to their statement to see what they say in their own words. If you could begin with the statement of Inspector Dlamuka, which is at DC 000, page 40.
I have Dlamuka's statement, yes.
Could you just read paragraph 2?
On Tuesday, 2009-0203, I was on duty in full uniform and in the company of Constable Mfene. We were requested to assist members from Organized Crime Unit Durban with the searching for a suspect involved in Becky Temba case 113 of 1/2009.
Now, if we could stop there, what is it that Inspector Dlamuka says is the reason why they were on the scene?
Are we speaking to paragraph 2 now?
Yes.
Count?
Yes.
Okay, he says they were requested to assist members from Organized Crime and Durban, Unit Durban, with the searching for a suspect involved in Becky Temba case 113 of 1/2009.
Now, if you go to the second statement which we've looked at of Constable Mfene, you'll find that at DC 000, page 89.
You say
85, my apologies, 85, not 89.
Okay. I have his statement here. Which paragraph do you want me to read, Chairperson?
Just paragraph 2, please, Ms. Williams.
It reads as follows. On Tuesday, 2009-0203, I was on duty in full uniform and in the company of Inspector Dlamuka. We were requested to assist members from Organized Crime Durban searching for suspect involved in Becky Temba case 113 of 1/2009.
Now we've looked at both statements. What is the reason they say they were on the scene?
They both say that they were requested by Organized Crime Durban in searching for a suspect involved in the Becky Temba case 113 of 1/2009.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, if I could ask you...
Do you realize that the dates are different?
Yes, Chairperson, if I can...
Yes.
Are you talking about the dates that they give the statement?
Yes. Constable Mfene says it was on Tuesday, the 31st of February 2009, and Inspector Dlamuka says it was on the 3rd of February 2009.
Yes, I noticed that, ma'am. I don't know, maybe he just made an error. Maybe he just meant to say that it was on the 3rd, but I don't know why we put 31 because it was on the 3rd. And February does not have 31 days.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Williams, I wanted to take you to another document on this particular aspect of their evidence. It's in the same bundle, members of the panel. The first document, which the panel has already seen, but Ms. Williams, you might not have seen yet, is at DC 000252. That would be at the beginning of volume 2, DC 2, Madam Chair.
DC?
000252.
Is that the statement from Tshidiso Williams Zungu?
Yes, but let's just give the panel a moment to get there, please.
At the beginning of volume 2, you can refer to DC 2.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's at the beginning of volume 2 at 000252. Ms. Williams, do you have that?
I do have that, Chairperson.
Could you inform the panel what is this document that we're looking at?
This would be a statement provided by Tshidiso Williams Zungu, attached to South African Police Services stationed at Durban Organised Crime, detached at the Political Violence Task Team.
Yes, could you read what he states in paragraph 2 and onwards?
In paragraph 2, he states, I am the investigating officer of Becky Temba case 113 of 1/2009, the murder of Wellington Mbongoleni Zondi, who was shot and killed at Z section, Umlazi Township, Durban. During the course of my investigation, information became available through an informer network indicating various names of suspects that were involved in the planning regarding the killing of Nkosi Zondi. The chairman of the Mapumulu Taxi Association, Mr. Bongani Mkhize, was amongst those who conspired to kill Nkosi Zondi. The information further indicated that one of the suspects amongst those who carried out the killing was at Stanger Taxi Rank. I proceeded to Stanger Taxi Rank with the assistance of members from National Intervention Unit, and the suspect was arrested. On the following day, the information was provided to me regarding the second suspect who allegedly partook in the killing of Nkosi Zondi, and it was indicated that he was at the Stanger Taxi Rank. This operation was also conducted with the assistance of National Intervention Unit, and the suspect was arrested at Stanger Taxi Rank. Both operations were conducted by myself with the assistance of members from National Intervention Unit as they were deployed at Stanger and surrounding areas. It was my intention to, at some stage in the future, to question Mr. Bongani Mkhize with regards to the information on hand, including certain information provided to me by various sources of information. In the interim, my focus was the extensive search for other suspects that were identified to me as the ones who carried out the killing. While I was busy conducting the second operation at Stanger, I heard on the radio that Mr. Bongani Mkhize was shot and killed at Mgeni by the police. On my arrival back from Stanger, I was informed by somebody of the killing of Bongani Mkhize, but I cannot recall who that was. I did not attend the scene where Bongani Mkhize was fatally wounded. I was not aware of any operation regarding the tracing of Bongani Mkhize, nor did I request anybody to trace Bongani Mkhize. I did not request any of the shooters to trace Bongani Mkhize.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. What does, you've told us that this is a statement from Sibusiso Williams Zungu, who is the detective or investigating officer in Begi Temba, 113-01-2009. What does Mr. Zungu or Officer Mzungu tell us about the circumstances related to Mr. Mkhize and whether or not he was sought after by the police?
Do you want me to refer to a specific paragraph?
No, just in your own words, from having read it, what does he say? Was Mr. Mkhize a suspect or not?
He says in the beginning that the chairman of the Mapungulu Taxi Association, Mr. Bongani Mkhize, was amongst those who conspired to kill Nkosi Zondi. And then towards the end, that's in the beginning, but towards the end he says something different. He says he was conducting second operation at Stanger because he was now looking for these suspects. He heard on the radio that Bongani Mkhize was shot and killed at the Mgeni Road by the police. He says on his arrival from Stanger, he was informed by somebody of the killing of Bongani Mkhize. He does not attend Bongani Mkhize's, the scene where he was shot. He was not aware of any operation regarding the tracing of Bongani Mkhize, nor did he request anybody to trace Bongani Mkhize. He says again, he did not request any of the shooters that was involved in the shooting now at Mgeni Road to trace Bongani Mkhize.
We've now seen...
Wait a minute,
I'm sorry,
Counsel.
Chair.
Just to answer your question, I think Ms. Williams, if you look at paragraph 5, read with paragraph 7, 8 and 9, Mr. Zungu is saying allegations were made that Mr. Mkhize was alleged to have taken a part in the killing of Nkosi Zondi.
Yes,
and subsequent thereto, in paragraph 7, as he stated, it was his intention at one stage or at some stage in the future to question Mr. Mkhize with regard to the information on hand.
correct, ma'am?
Including certain information provided to him by various sources.
Yes, that is what he says. And he says in the interim, his focus was the extensive search for other suspects that were identified to him as the ones who carried out the killing.
Yes, and before the interview or the intended questioning, he then heard on radio that Mr. Mkhize had been killed.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, Counsel asked you the question. I thought that the point that Counsel was trying to ascertain with you, and he will correct me, is whether this witness has suggested that Mr. Mkhize was involved in any killings of Mr. Zondi. Did I understand it correctly?
Yes, Chair, that was the first part of my question.
Yes, because the point is that he was investigating. And after the allegations, he planned to interview the deceased Mr. Mkhize. But before he could interview him or question him, Mr. Mkhize was killed.
That's correct, yes. That's also my understanding.
Yes, and then he says he never requested anybody to trace Mr. Mkhize or anybody to shoot at him. That's what Mr. Zungu is saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any weight that we should attach to this statement, Mr. Ramogale? Or are you taking us there?
Yes, Chair, I was going to ask the witness. Now that we've gone through the statement of Mr. Zungu, and you compare that to the version given by the NIU officers about why they were seeking him, What should we make of this?
This does not make sense at all because the investigating officer in this matter is saying that at a later stage he was intending to go and speak to the suspect. And he also makes it very clear in his statement, Chairperson, that he has not asked anybody, he's not made a request to anybody. That would be the SVC, Cato Manor SVC, or anybody else to go and trace the suspect, because his intention was that he was going to do it himself when he finds time at a later stage in the future.
And is my understanding correct from the NIU affidavits that they say the request to assist came from Cato Manor?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And that Mr. Mkhize was a suspect in Bheki Themba 113-01-2009?
Yes, Chairperson, and if I can just, maybe this is unnecessary, but the actual case that Nkosizondi was killed in was Bheki Themba case 113-01-2008, not even 2009. That is a completely different matter.
Now, there's a second statement I want to point you to from Mr. Zungu. You will find that at DC 000-385.
May I just ask, are you going to go back to the statement that you are busy with now?
No.
Or are you progressing?
I'm progressing to a next statement.
Okay,
I'll wait.
may I just ask a question about Mrs. Williams? We notice from paragraph 2 of the statement of Sibusiso, Detective Inspector, that he says he's the investigating officer in the murder of Wellington Mbongeni Zondi. Now, what is the position about this Wellington Mbongeni Zondi? Is it King, Chief?
Inkosi.
Inkosi. Is it
Yes,
the
it's the
Inkosi?
chief. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, the detective says that he did not authorize or he did not request anyone to assist with the tracing.
That's correct.
In your capacity as a former police person, who would be in charge of the tracing of a suspect once a docket has been allocated? In this case, it would appear the docket was allocated to him.
If I may answer that, ma'am, the person that would now be making the request and doing everything pertaining to this docket would have been Sibusiso Williams Zungu. He's the one that should have made the request. He's the one that should have gone out, traced the suspect, arrest the suspect, taking him for questioning, whatever it is he wanted to do. As far as I'm concerned, Cato Manor had no business dealing with the suspect at this stage because he was not their suspect. He was the suspect of Sibusiso Williams Zungu in Bheki Themba case 113-01-2008.
Right, let's talk about a scenario where a case has been allocated to a particular investigating officer and some other policemen or police persons become aware of the investigation, right? And while traveling around, they come across a suspect to the case that is being investigated, that they are aware of. In such a case, what is expected of the police to do? Who spot the suspect? What are they supposed to do?
There is actually an example that I may use if I'm allowed to do so. And if I'm out of line, if you can just alert me to that. There was also another incident where we will later talk about this in this matter. And I'm going to read to you from a memorandum if I will be allowed to do so.
Yes, for completeness and understanding at the moment, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is a memorandum drawn up by Mr. L.B. John, our acting provincial head. And this was an actual scenario that took place. And I read, on 2010-01-11, at about 10, Inspector Ndlovu was interviewed by Mr. Konyana. Ma'am, I think I'm going to leave out the first part and the second part because I think it's the second part that's actually relevant to what we actually want to be saying here and the point that I'm trying to make. Inspector Ndlovu is stationed at the Mpangeni Dog Unit and he indicated that he remembered sometime in 2008 he was informed by a taxi owner that certain suspects involved in the shooting of Sutono was traveling in a taxi towards Mpangeni. He inquired the actual whereabouts of the alleged suspects and was informed that they were near Mpangeni. At that stage, Inspector Ndlovu was working in Mandini for the taxi violence project. Inspector Ndlovu then requested assistance from the Mpangeni Crime Prevention Unit to assist in arresting the occupants of the taxi. He was later informed that the two suspects were arrested and kept at Mpangeni Police Station. Inspector Ndlovu arrived at the station and he saw the two suspects lying on the ground and he identified one of the suspects as being known by the surname of Ndimande. He also noticed firearms recovered and placed on the ground. Inspector Ndlovu made a video recording of the firearms on his cell phone. He contacted Organized Crime Unit and he spoke to one of the members who is known as Inspector Zondi. He can recognize Inspector Zondi. He was informed by Inspector Zondi to meet at SAPS Mtunzini with the crime prevention to SAPS Mtunzini. After an hour, the two members from Organized Crime Unit in Durban, Inspector Zondi and another white police officer arrived at SAPS Mtunzini. Says he heard Inspector Zondi speaking to one of the suspects, calling him by name as though they knew each other. Said Inspector Zondi then indicated to Inspector Ndlovu that the alleged suspects are not involved in the shooting of Sutono, and Inspector Zondi requested that the alleged suspects be released. Ma'am, this is, for me, this is the same thing. You see a suspect, you know that the person is a suspect, you take that person under arrest, you take him to a police station or any other office that's available, you question the suspect, you call the investigating officer, you verify the fact. If it's a suspect, the person is arrested and taken into custody, and in this case, it was said that these gentlemen were not suspects and they were released.
Yeah, that I understand, that you can arraign them, bring them to the police station for the attention of the relevant investigating officer.
Correct, ma'am.
In the event that there is resistance to arrest, what should happen? Or rather, let me put it this way. It would appear from your answer that the police officer would be entitled to arrest such persons and bring them to the attention of the investigating officer. Is that correct? Williams, I suspect that you did not hear my question.
No, ma'am. Sound went away.
Okay, no, that's fine. You know, listening to the answer that you have given by way of placing some example on the record, is it correct that the import of that answer or illustration is to indicate that the police officers that come across a suspect have the right to arrest the suspect and bring the suspect to the attention of the relevant investigating officer?
That is what I'm saying, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ramogale, I'm going back to my initial question that gave rise to us looking at statements. And I won't repeat that whole exercise. Madam Williams, you remember your paragraph 73?
Yes, ma'am. You want me to go to paragraph 73?
Yes, paragraph 73 of your affidavit. Is that paragraph 73 rather? I think it is the paragraph in which we were to contrast what you said with what Inspector I've forgotten the names, Mfene, Constable Mfene and Inspector Dlamuka said. And at the end, regarding that inconsistency, you said that according to you, these two officers changed the version which they narrated to you whilst at the scene when they prepared their statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, Chairperson.
Now, following that, we have gone through the statements of members of the Katomena unit regarding that aspect. Correct?
Correct, yes, Chairperson.
In the statements that Council referred us to, first of Mr. Maharaj, second of Inspector Stolz, third of Constable Lee, and then finally of Mr. Zungu. I don't know whether he's investigating officer Zungu. Now, when you have regard to the statements of the members of the Katomena unit regarding what transpired at the scene, as was narrated to you by the two officers from the NIU, is it not apparent that the statement of the members of the Katomena unit differs from the statement of the NIU members?
Yes, ma'am, it's very apparent that the statements differ.
On
And there's a
material aspects
Correct, Chairperson.
regarding whether the suspect fired a shot at the Katomena unit.
That's correct, Chairperson.
What we see from the statements of members of the Katomena unit is mere mention that the windows of the Lexus was down or was half open. Correct? You remember? You may not remember.
I'm sorry, ma'am, the sound went away again. There seems to be some technical issue here.
If you remember, I do remember because we have gone through these statements again and again in the past few days. Allegations were made that the windows of the Lexus, the right window was down or was open.
Correct, Chairperson.
No mention whatsoever is mentioned in any of the statements of these Katomena officers. Mr. Stolz, Mr. Lee, Mr. Maharaj.
Padiachi.
Yes, and Mr. Padiachi. That the suspect, Mr. Mkhize, fired a shot at them, at least from my reading of these statements. Correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
doesn't then there appears to be a manifest contradictions between the statement of the NIU 2 members from Marian Hill and those of this Katomena members that I have mentioned?
You're quite correct in that assessment, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Let me just close it logically to the end. Doesn't it then follows, and correct me if I'm wrong, that either the Marian Hill NIU or the Katomena members that we have referred to lied?
Ma'am, it is crystal clear that it's either SVC is not telling the truth or NIU is not telling the truth. But they are contradicting each other, and it's crystal clear, and they cannot even argue with that because it's on paper and it's under oath.
You said SVC.
Yes, a serious and violent crimes unit. That is what they were actually known at, also known as organized crime unit, Katomena.
Yes, let's refer to them as Katomena because we will confuse the readers.
Noted, Chairperson.
So do you agree that there's a manifest contradictions between the statements of the Marian Hill NIU 2 members and
Yes.
those of the Katomena unit members that we mentioned, Mr. Lee, Mr. Stoltz, Mr. Maharaj, Mr. Pariach?
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I was going
I'm
to...
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's where I started with my question. I wanted to hear what the witness is saying about this after going through this whole exercise.
Thank you, Chair. No, we're entirely in the panel's hands. Ms. Williams, just on Madam Ramogale's questions to you, I wanted to direct you to another document on this question about whether Mr. Mkhize was a suspect or not. But before we do that, can you just explain to the panel, in your experience as a police officer and a senior investigator from ICD, how a person becomes a suspect?
A person becomes a suspect once he is linked to a particular crime. There should be something, there should be tangible evidence that is actually linking that suspect to that crime.
And at what stage in the course of an investigation does a person become a suspect?
I would say it's when the person is linked, is positively linked to that crime. Then you can for sure say, because prior to that he would be an alleged suspect. But once you have all the information, once you have evidence that's linking him to that crime, he is now a suspect in that matter.
And in reaching that particular, you say the person must be linked to the offense. In reaching that assessment as a police officer, would you conduct an an interview with that individual?
Yes, you would conduct an interview with that individual. You will take a warning statement if you so wish, or you can arrest that person. You will not be treated as a normal witness because he is now a suspect and then obviously has constitutional rights now. So that also needs to be taken into consideration.
And do you know, once you've sufficiently linked the person to an offense, are the police able or at liberty to simply apprehend the person? Or is there a particular process they must follow in order to secure that person?
If they feel they want to arrest that person, because remember the purpose of arrest is for the person to appear in court. If they feel that the person is going to flee, then obviously you're going to arrest. There are different ways of securing the presence of that person in court. It doesn't necessarily have to be an arrest.
Yes, and in the process of doing so, are the police simply able to take someone that they suspect of committing an offense? Or is there a need for a decision first to be made on whether that individual will be charged or not?
If there's compelling evidence, yes, you can arrest. But if there's none, then there's no need to do that because, in my opinion, if you're going to investigate, if you have sufficient evidence, then you can arrest. If you don't have, you can take the suspect in for questioning and then gather information. And if you are then satisfied that he is a suspect, then you can effect the arrest.
Yes, but as you've said, the police only arrest a person to bring them before a court to be tried. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What I'm asking about is when a decision hasn't been made on whether to arraign the person and charge them, how can the police hold on to an individual? How can they detain them?
That would be, if he's a suspect, they can arrest him and they can detain him at the police station and then subsequently will appear in court and then the court will then either remand him in custody in a correctional facility or in the police facility.
And then assist us here, Ms. Williams, at what point does the police seek a warrant of arrest?
And that is when they are looking for a suspect. Maybe the suspect his whereabouts is not known. Maybe he didn't appear at court. There are different reasons for that. But also when is that you have sufficient evidence linking that person, because I don't think that a magistrate would actually grant that request without sufficient evidence.
Yeah. Yes, we had lost you for a bit there. Would you please repeat that?
What I'm saying is that when an investigating officer has sufficient evidence, he will then approach the courts through a prosecutor, make that request. The prosecutor will then take that information to a magistrate that signs off on that. But prior to signing off, he will also familiarize himself with the contents and see that everything is above board, and then permission will be granted. But there should be compelling evidence linking that person to the crime, and then a warrant of arrest will be authorized.
Right. Now, with that in mind, could I ask you to turn to DC 000?
Sorry, Advocate,
I'm
before
sorry.
you step off this, I'd like Ms. Williams to share her opinion or her observations with us. In the statements that we've seen, we have had 2 NIU members claiming to have shot and killed Mr. Mkhize. And then we have members of the Katomena claiming to have shot and killed Mr. Mkhize. And please correct me if I read it wrongly, but I think Maharaj, okay. Yeah, I think Inspector Maharaj says, I immediately returned fire with my R5 rifle in the suspect's direction. And then Officer Padayachi, Detective Inspector Padayachi, says, I stopped my vehicle on the right side of the Lexus and I noticed the driver firing shots at us. I returned fire with my 9mm Beretta pistol. So we've got members of Katomena on one hand saying they fired at Mkhize, and we've got members of the NIU on the other hand saying they saw him pointing a pistol at them and they fired at him. What does it say to you? If you can share with us your insight and your opinion. And from a lay person's point of view, I would think maybe it was a competition on who killed Mr. Mkhize, but what does it say and what does it mean in the police sense that we have these 2 contrasting statements being directed to the death of a civilian? Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm going to sound sarcastic, But it seems like the police have not really made up the mind who was going to take responsibility for the killing of Mr. Nkabinde. In my opinion, they didn't think this thing through. They didn't have their story straight. Obviously, someone is lying here because at which stage did Mr. Nkabinde now die? And that's why I'm saying I'm a bit sarcastic now. And during my course of my investigation, I think I was really sarcastic because I wanted to know now who was actually responsible, because when I read what Padiachi and what Maraj says, is Nkabinde is already dead. And then Ramuka and the other member comes in, Fene comes in, and Mr. Bongani Nkabinde seems to be alive again, so he's been risen from the dead, and then he wants to shoot at them, and then they shoot him. So I don't know, ma'am, that is just very peculiar, very weird. It seems like it's magic happening here.
I hope, Council, I'm not going ahead of myself by asking that during the witness investigation, what did she find? Did she find that it's Ketomena or NIU? If I'm jumping ahead, then I will wait.
Madam Baloyi, Mayor SC, we do in fact deal with that later. I think it's in about paragraph 100 of her statement. We deal with that aspect. Ms. Williams will come back to that, that particular aspect about, these inconsistent versions about who the shooter was. But there's another question, so I'll wait.
No, that's immaterial. Go ahead.
I was going to put another statement to you. We had gone through this whole process about arrests and warrants, etc. And I was asking you to please turn to the document at DC 0000385, which is for the panel in DC 2.
Yes, that is a statement from Tshidiso Williams Zungu on the Durban Central Cash 185.
Yes, Ms. Williams, just a second for the panel to find it, please.
Pardon. My apologies, Chairperson.
That would be DC 0000385. The numbering is a bit smirched here. It should say A47 at the top right corner. 385, Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, do you have that document?
I have it in front of me, yes, Chairperson.
Could you inform the panel what is this document that we're looking at?
We are looking at a statement by Tshidiso Williams Zungu in respect of Durban Central Cash 185 of 2009.
Now, there's under signature of deponent there, we see an inscription there. What is that?
That is the signature and also stating his rank of Warrant Officer Tshidiso Williams Zungu. Yes.
And then on the next page at DC 0000386, we see that there's a Commissioner of Oath. Who's the Commissioner of Oath?
That is me. I am the Commissioner of Oath, Sharmilla Williams.
Now, would you tell the panel what it is that Mr. Zungu says at paragraph 2 of his statement?
He says, I am the investigating officer of Becky Timber Case 113 of 2009. I wish to add to my previous statement submitted regarding Bongani Nkabinde that there was no warrant of arrest for him, Bongani Nkabinde, in Becky Timber Case 113 of 2009. The murder of Wellington Bongeleni Zondi, who was shot and killed at Z section in Mlazi. That is all I wish to state.
Now, am I correct that you are the one who he swore the statement before?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And from what we've now seen, from what the NIU has told us, and what he previously said in his statement that there was no warrant of arrest for Mr. Mkhize, what should the panel make of that?
Ma'am, if I may be so bold as to say that Bongali Mkhize was not a suspect, and it looks like he was shot and killed, he was murdered by members of either NIU or SBs, of Cato Manor. But according to what I'm reading, and I'm going to elaborate on this, I called Sibusiso Zungu to my office because I wanted to be specific. I wanted him to explain to me again, because he did not put this in his first statement. I wanted to be absolutely clear whether Bongani Mkhize was a suspect, whether there was a warrant of arrest for him, because I wanted to reconcile this from the investigating officer with what these other members were saying. And it was irreconcilable for me when I saw this, because I called him to my office and I said to him he must explain, because at this stage I needed to know what was going on. Was this man a suspect or not? Because somebody was dead and there needed to be some accountability for it.
And we know and we deal with this that Mr. Mkhize had brought an application to the High Court.
Yes, Chairperson.
Chair, I've gone above the lunchtime. Before my jacket is yanked and pulled, I need a direction from the panel.
Timekeeper when it comes to
Maybe Mr. Ngugaitobi can learn a thing or two, but yeah.
Give us just a second. Advocate Ramogale, thank you. We normally adjourn at 1:30.
So maybe I am a terrible timekeeper after all. Yeah.
But I'll hear from your other colleagues whether you'd like us to adjourn now more to the witness. Ms. Williams?
Yes, Chairperson.
I think we should check with you first. Normally we adjourn at 1:30, but we have 15 minutes to go. Would you like us to pause now so that you can stretch your legs, have lunch, and come back?
Yes, that would be good, Chairperson.
That would be good for you. We must
Yes,
thank
Chair.
your counsel. Thank you, Advocate Ramogale and my colleagues. We'll take a lunch break and reconvene at 2:30.
No, the
You are
Chairperson.
still under oath, Madam?
Yes, I understand that, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. We adjourn for lunch.
Yes.
Could you ask that they move the camera to the right or your left? Her right.
Yes.
It's her left. Your
The
left.
side.
Yes,
The
please.
side.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Ms. Williams, you are still under oath.
I'm aware of that, Chairperson.
May we see her on the screen, please? Yes, good afternoon, Madam. Thank you. You may proceed, Advocate Ramogale.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you proceed, might I mention to all and sundry that we will adjourn at 4 o'clock? You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Williams, before we go off the statements that we've looked at, being the statements from Officer Stoltz, the statement from Officer Maharaj, the statement from Officer Lee, and the statement from Officer Pariachi. There's a line in their statements that I'd like to draw your attention to, and then I'll ask you a question about that. If you just want to refresh your memory, the statement by Officer Stoltz is at DC 00019.
I have that in front of me, Chairperson.
Yes. And you'll see in paragraph 2, Officer Stoltz says, information was received regarding suspect Bongani Mkhize. Do you see that?
I see that, Chairperson.
And then you go to the next statement, literally on the next page by Officer Maharaj.
I have that in front of me, yes, Chairperson.
In paragraph 2, Officer Maharaj says, due to information received concerning a suspect, Bongani Mkhize. Do you see that?
I see that, yes, Chairperson.
And then we move to the next statement, the statement by Officer Pariachi at DC 000, page 22.
I have that in front of me, yes, Chairperson.
In paragraph 2, Officer Pariachi says, information was received regarding a suspect named Bongani Mkhize. And then he continued, who was wanted for the murder, etc. Then the last statement of the Cape Town Manor officers is at DC 00024.
I have that statement in front of me, yes.
In paragraph 2 again, Officer Lee says, information was received that the suspect, Bongani Mkhize, could be in the vicinity, etc.
Yes, I see that.
Do you see in the 4 statements, they all say information was received, etc.?
I see that, yes, Chairperson.
And just before the break, we went to the statement of the investigating officer, Zungu, who says that he was the IO and that he hadn't made any request to Cape Town Manor or any other officer. So where would this information have been received from?
I will not be able to give you a correct response for that because it's only supposed to come from the investigating officer. In this case, that would have been Zungu, so I don't know where they got that information from.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, before we moved on to these dockets, you were still busy with paragraph 80 of your statement.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Yes, and we had stopped you just after you read. My impression was that Superintendent Bristow had made up her mind before we arrived that she would not permit anyone from ICD to access the scene, and that's where we stopped. And then you were about to go on to paragraph 81. Could you do so, please?
Paragraph 81 reads as follows. Ms. Gibson and I moved away from the scene and began making inquiries about the deceased and the circumstances in which he had been killed. All we learned at this stage was that the deceased's name was Bongani Mkhize and that he was an alleged suspect in a high-profile matter. Ms. Gibson and I were approached by 3 NIU members who had been involved in the shooting, namely Constable Mfene, Inspector Tlamuka, and Constable Sikulume. We interviewed all 3 members together, but I recall that Inspector Tlamuka did most of the talking. This departed from the established practice that ICD investigators did not interview such members. It was unusual to have a member to volunteer their version in this way. The NIU members...
Yes, and we've already placed paragraph 83 on the record, so we could perhaps skip that and go to 84.
84 reads as follows. In his statement, Inspector Tlamuka states that he observed a pistol black in color lying next to the deceased. I do not recall any of the NIU members mentioning seeing a black pistol next to Mr. Mkhize.
Now, let's just stop there. What do you mean by that you do not recall any of the NIU members mentioning seeing a black pistol?
When they were relating the story to us, they were telling us how the shooting was transpiring and what happened. But at no stage do I recall them mentioning anything about the black pistol lying next to Mr. Mkhize in the vehicle. That I did not hear.
Yeah, so what should the panel make of that? We've gone through Inspector Tlamuka's statement, and he clearly states there that he had seen a black pistol. Your evidence now before the inquiry is that when you took their statements or rather when they volunteered their information to you, you don't recall this being mentioned. What should the panel make of that?
Madam Chair, all I can say is this has been something that might have been decided later on in order for them to justify the shooting, that the black pistol was now going to be lying next to Mr. Mkhize. Because according to what I remember, my memory recall is quite good when it comes to this matter, because it triggered my interest right from the start. At no stage did I hear this, unless I was not paying attention at that stage, but I never heard any of the 3 members, and mostly the 2 members were speaking. Mr. Constable Sikulume was very quiet, only here and there he chipped in. But the bulk of the information came from Inspector Tlamuka, and Mfene would now and then he would affirm what the man was saying. But not one of the 3 mentioned anything about the firearm at that stage that I can recall.
And do you know, Ms. Williams, whether Inspector Tlamuka and any of the NIU members were eventually charged by the NPA?
I know about the 2012 indictment, that I do know about, but I don't know anything else after that.
So you know about the 2012 indictment. It's unclear to me, do you know whether they were actually charged in that 2012 indictment?
I'm not too sure. I didn't follow up on that.
Right. We'll put it to you, Ms. Williams, that in fact they were, but I'll demonstrate the document to you in a short while. If we could continue on from paragraph 85, please.
It reads as follows. Ms. Gibson and I were finally allowed to access the scene by a member of the LCRC. I approached Mr. Mkhize's black Lexus vehicle and observed Mr. Mkhize slumped over in the driver's seat. The amount of blood made it difficult to assess his injuries by sight, but I recall seeing a gaping hole in Mr. Mkhize's face and a piece of his tongue lying on the dashboard. Mr. Mkhize's vehicle was ridden with bullet holes on its right side. There appeared to be no evidence that shots had been fired from inside Mr. Mkhize's vehicle. In other words, shots were being fired from outside Mr. Mkhize's vehicle only. This directly contradicted the version of the NIU officers who told me that they shot and killed Mr. Mkhize while Mr. Mkhize was shooting at them.
Now, if we could just stop there. You say in 86 there appeared to be no evidence that shots had been fired from the inside of Mr. Mkhize's vehicle. How did you know that?
I was inspecting the vehicle from the inside because they said that Mr. Mkhize was shooting at them. So I checked on the inside of the vehicle, and there was no indication of that from the inside of the vehicle.
What is it about the inside of the vehicle that gave you that indication?
When I looked at the windows, specifically the windows, it looked as if the window was up because of how the window was breaking, and I looked at the top part of the window, and it appeared as if this window was closed, so I don't know. At that stage, I decided for myself that I was going to check at a later stage, which I did, but we're not there yet. But my suspicion was at that stage that the version that the NIU members was giving me at that stage was highly unlikely.
And then the second point, and we will show you later on when we deal with this, some of the findings made in the ballistic assessment made by Captain Mangena. But there's a second point you make in that paragraph, which is that this directly contradicted the version of the NIU officers who told me that they had shot and killed Mr. Mkhize while Mr. Mkhize was shooting at them. Could I ask this? At this point, the only people you've spoken to, according to your statement, is the NIU. Did you know whether any other officers, including Ketamana, were in fact involved in the shooting at this stage?
At this stage, no. At this stage, what I knew is what the members have told me, because I have not yet engaged the duty officer at this stage. So in my mind, the only people that was involved in the shooting, according to what they related to me, was the 3 NIU members, and that the Cato Manor members were at the back and they had overtaken that in order to provide backup. So they were the only ones actively involved in the shooting in my mind at that stage.
Right. If we could then continue on at paragraph 87.
I was approached by a Captain Governor who informed me that he was the detective responsible for the crime scene. He explained that the members of the Cato Manor SBC had been following up on information regarding the suspect in the murders of Superintendent Tono and Nkosi Zondi. According to Captain Governor, the Cato Manor members followed Mr. Mkhize's vehicle, which led to Mr. Mkhize firing shots at them. Inspector Stolz and Constable Lee returned fire, at which point the NIU members attempted to cut off Mr. Mkhize's vehicle. The NIU members were shot at by Mr. Mkhize and returned fire, killing Mr. Mkhize.
Now, if we just stop there as well. The chairperson had put to you just before the lunch break that in none of the statements from the Cato Manor unit do they indicate that Mr. Mkhize shot at them. But we do have the statements of Inspector Dlamuka and Constable Mfene that say the NIU was shot at, or the NIU was shot at and they returned fire. What you've now stated in paragraph 87 is, according to Captain Govender, the Cato Manor members followed Mr. Mkhize's vehicle, which led to Mr. Mkhize firing shots at them. If we just stop there, who's Captain Govender?
Captain Govender?
I beg your pardon. Before that, as it was drawn to our attention by my sister Advocate Baloyi Mere SC, in the statement of Mr. Maharaj and Pareachi, they do mention that the suspect shot at them. But the other officers, Mr. Stolz, Mr. Lee, I can't remember who else, made no mention of that.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. Yeah. Ms. Williams, could you just tell us who Captain Govender is?
Captain Govender is attached to the Durban Central Detective Branch. He was the duty officer on that said date, on the 3rd of February 2009.
So Captain Govender is the duty officer that you spoke to on the day?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And you say, according to what he had relayed to you, the Cato Manor members followed Mr. Mkhize's vehicle, which led to Mr. Mkhize firing shots at them. and then Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee returned fire, at which point the NIU members attempted to cut off Mr. Mkhize's vehicle. The NIU members were shot at by Mr. Mkhize and returned fire, killing Mr. Mkhize.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, again, what's confusing is the version of the NIU. How does that then fit in here? Can you just clarify that to us?
I hear what you are asking. They are the only ones that's really in a position to clarify that. But when I read this and I hear your question, there is no way that NIU, and given the information that we have followed thus far, that the NIU members could have been responsible for the actual shooting, because in my understanding, from where we come from now, with all the statements that was read, Mr. Mkhize was supposed to have already been dead. The member says they cut off Mr. Mkhize's vehicle. And if I may elaborate, at that stage, according to Stoltz and Lee, they had shot at the vehicles, at the tires of the vehicle, and the vehicle came to a halt. So I do not really understand what it is that they are trying to tell us here. Just thinking about everything that they've read and going through it in my mind, this is impossible for the version that they have given me to be true, Chairperson.
Before you proceed, you say Captain Nkabinde was the duty officer. But if you go back to 3-25, at paragraph 79, you told us that the duty officer on the scene was Superintendent Jackie Bisto.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you care to explain?
Yes, ma'am, I will elaborate on that. This was a very confusing scene, ma'am, and I don't want to confuse anyone. At the scene, when we got there, we were introduced to Jackie Bristol, as I said, and then she didn't want us at the scene. When we were allowed on the scene, Jackie Bristol had left, and she had said that she's handing over the scene to Captain Nkabinde. There was actually nothing wrong in her doing that, as long as there was somebody from Durban Central and from the detectives that was on the scene that was going to carry on a handing over. There's nothing wrong with doing a handing over at that stage. But I would have expected her, with how she treated us and with everything that was going on, and she being a senior member, I would have expected her to be actually the one that would have been taking us through the scene, giving us the information. But as soon as she was left with whatever it is that she was doing at that scene, she handed over to Captain Nkabinde and she was out of there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ms. Williams, do you, just on that particular point, do you perhaps want to clarify what you stated earlier, which Advocate Baloyi Mere SC is pointing you to, at paragraph 79, where you state, when we arrived, SAPS members had already started processing the scene. Ms. Gibson and I spoke to the duty officer on the scene and were introduced as members of the ICD to Superintendent Jackie Bristow. Now, it's unclear to me whether, when at 79, where you say Ms. Gibson and I spoke to the duty officer, whether the duty officer is Superintendent Jackie Bristow or whether the duty officer is somebody else.
No, the duty officer at this stage is Jackie Bristow.
I see. We were then, if we go back, we go forward to paragraph 88, where you say, based on the information, if you could just continue there.
Based on the information I received from the NIU members and Captain Nkabinde, my understanding was that 5 shooters were involved in the incident, comprising the 3 NIU members and 2 Ketomene SBC members, Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee.
Yes, please go on.
My inspection of the scene was interrupted by Ms. Gibson, who informed me that Inspector Stoltz had removed money and documentation from the scene without completing an inventory. I immediately spoke to Inspector Stoltz and requested that he hand over the envelope of money and documents belonging to the deceased that was in his possession. He complied with this request. The envelope contained 1,260 rand and 5 cents, an F&B checkbook with one signed cash check for 21,000 rand, and a blank check that was signed but not dated. More money amounting to the amount of 1,000 rand was recovered from the scene.
Yes, please go on.
Ms. Gibson and I took possession of the money and documents, which were booked in at the Durban Central Police Station to the exhibit register. Mr. Mkhize's cell phone was taken by SAPS members to the facility and analyzes cell phone data. After I completed my inspection of the scene, I provided my manager, Jerome Noble, with the matter was allocated to me by Mr. Noble, and I proceeded to monitor the investigation as the lead ICD investigator in the matter. My inspection of the scene on Mgeni Road was unusual and disconcerting in a number of respects. First, Superintendent Bristol's conduct was high. Second, I felt inhibited by the established practice that the ICD was not permitted to interview members of the Cato Manor SVC individually. I wanted to interview each of them separately as soon as possible after the incident to see if they would tell a consistent story. As noted, the practice was that the SAPS duty officer on the scene would interview any police officers involved in the incident. Where the Cato Manor SVC was involved, ICD investigators would speak to a single member of the unit, usually Captain Neville Eva, who I regarded as the unit's unofficial spokesperson. In this case, however, neither Captain Eva or Captain Lockham were on the scene, and I was unable to speak to any of the members involved in the incident, save for my interaction with Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee regarding the missing checks and money. Third, the presence of Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee on the scene while it was still being processed was irregular and inappropriate. An officer who has been involved in a fatal shooting must be treated as an ordinary suspect. A duty officer would never allow a suspect to walk freely around the crime scene, collecting and, in this case, taking items found on the deceased. Fourth, I have been frustrated and perplexed that my inspection had been interrupted by Ms. Gibson's request that I assist her in dealing with the missing checks and money. This was something I felt that Ms. Gibson was capable of handling alone. It seemed to me, however, that Ms. Gibson was reluctant to confront Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee alone. This would be one of many incidents over the course of my involvement in the Cato Manor cases, which revealed the fear that Cato Manor SVC's reputation instilled in members of SAPS, ICD, and the general public.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, I want to ask you a few things about those paragraphs. Let's start with the 92.1. I think you've given evidence on that already, about how, from your version as well as Ms. Gibson's, you were not allowed access onto the scene. But what I want to ask you about is what you say at 92.3, which is that the presence of Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee on the scene while it was being processed was irregular and inappropriate. An officer who has been involved in a fatal shooting must be treated as an ordinary suspect. A duty officer would never allow a suspect to walk freely around the scene, collecting and, in this case, taking items found on the deceased. In the time that you have been the senior investigator at ICD, had you seen this happening at any other incident?
No, Chairperson. A person involved in the shooting, regarded as a suspect at that stage, is always removed from that scene. The scene is being processed, which means he has to be away from that so that inspection can take place. Collection of evidence, clues can be found. So he is not at any stage allowed to be on the scene, present at the scene. So I do not know why they were on that scene.
And when you consider what you had said prior to that, that when you arrived at the scene, Superintendent Bristow, Jackie Bristow, denied you access to the scene and thought you were the media. We know from Ms. Gibson's statement, she said, go away, I don't want the ICD here. And now you see this at 92.3, where the officers involved in the shooting are on the scene. What should one make of that?
I have to think about how to put this, Chairperson. I don't know what they were doing at that scene. I don't know if they were planting evidence. What I do know from my encounter with them is they were actually stealing from the boot of Mr. Mkhize's vehicle, and that should never have been there. They were actually committing a further crime by stealing personal items that belong to Bongani, the deceased Bongani Mkhize. But the point is, they should never have been allowed on that scene. So whoever was controlling the scene at that stage should have said to the members, go to the one side, and that should have been Other Superintendent Bristow and the person who she's now handed over to, Captain Nkabinde.
You've just said now that they were stealing from the scene. What do you mean by that?
They were they had already taken possession of those items, and that is why Ms. Gibson actually called me, because she witnessed that.
But any person watching from home surely is asking themselves, well, they've just held on to the items. How did you know that they were trying to steal it?
Because Ms. Gibson told me that. She said they took the items and they were going to leave with the items. So Ms. Gibson actually stopped them and she called me. She did not address them personally. She asked me to come and speak to them and ask them to hand over those items to me.
And in your experience, is it normal for a suspect in a shooting, police officer or not, to then hold on to the money that was held by the person that they've shot at and walk away with it?
No, that is unheard of. And if you are going to take money, an inventory should actually be taken. And I actually, at that stage, I didn't have the proper documentation with me. So I had a makeshift inventory that I drew up. And I drew that up in the presence of Colonel Murren, because I needed an independent person other than Ntombi Gibson to be able to see that and witness that.
Just one. Mrs. Williams, do police officers know that anyone who may be, or rather, know that the people that are supposed to maybe take anything from the crime scene would be the authorized police officers only? In this case, it would be either the duty officer or the IDC people. Is it something that is common knowledge to the police?
Yes, ma'am, that is common knowledge to the police, and in most cases, it would be LCRC that would bag these items and secure these items to make sure that the credibility of the evidence stays intact.
Which means the two police officers ought to have known that they were not supposed to take those possessions of Mr. Mkhize.
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson, and this was not the first time that they've done that, so they were experienced members in my view, so they knew what they were supposed to be doing, and they were doing something contrary to what was the norm.
Now, when you approached them, would you say that they were leaving the scene, or what is it that you saw them doing? They had the assets in their possession, and can you just give us some picture of what they were doing, or they appeared to be doing?
What it appeared to be is as if they were going to leave the scene with these items in their possession. As I said, I confronted them. I seized the items from them because the items belonged to the deceased Bongani Mkhize. They argued their case regarding the cell phone, ma'am. that the cell phone needed to go to the room where it was going to be analyzed. On that point, I conceded because I knew that that was standard protocol and that is how it was supposed to be. So the only to have was of Mr. Bongani Mkhize so that it can be analyzed. But the rest of the items I seized, and at a later stage, I booked it into the exhibit register at Durban Central Police Station.
Why did you allow them to keep the cell phone if at that time had already formed a view based on information available that they were possible suspects to the killing?
Ma'am, because it was said that this man, Bongani Mkhize, was a suspect, and I knew, according to how I view the situation, he was the suspect of SVC. Remember, at that stage, we were not really sure who was investigating the matter. So if somebody says to you that they were investigating or they were investigating officers of a matter, obviously they would take the cell phone and they would send it for analysis. If it was IPID, if it was an IPID case, then I would have seized that cell phone and I would have taken it to the relevant analyzing room at Durban Central myself. But in this case, there was actually not a problem for them to do so because in my mind, they were going to make sure that it gets to the appropriate office where this would have been done.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome.
In fact, Ms. Williams, to assist you with that account, in that Berea docket, sorry, not Berea docket, Durban Central, at page DC 000417, members of the panel, that would be in DC 2.
Just the last three numbers.
417, 417. And could you read what's contained in paragraph 3?
I noticed Inspector Stoltz taking 2 cell phones from the deceased vehicle. I then approached him and asked him why he was taking the cell phones, and he told me that it was for investigative purposes. I asked him for what matter it was needed, and he explained that it was in respect of Superintendent Konos and because he's on this killing. Therefore, I did not insist on taking the cell phones. Inspector Stoltz informed me that the cell phones were going to be taken to the war room. I cannot exactly recall what the cell phones looked like, but I know that none of them, that one of them was a Nokia because a colleague of mine has the same phone. The other cell phone I'm unable to describe, but I recall it was also a big cell phone.
So in answer to the panel's question about why you allowed them to take the cell phone, what would your answer be?
Just 1 second. That the answer would be that it would be taken for investigative purposes.
Yes.
And it was going to be taken to the war room. That is what we actually call the analyzing room. It's called a war room.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Williams. We are now at, we've dealt with 92.3 of your statement, and 92.4. And then you, at 93 of your statement, you give what you call your assessment of the scene. Could you tell us about that?
I was skeptical of the NIU members' account that they had been conducting a patrol when the Cato Manor SVC members requested backup. In my experience, the NIU did not conduct patrols like ordinary SAPS members would. The NIU is a special operations tactical unit. Its function is to provide specialized operational support to the SAPS, focusing on targeted deployments to address dangerous situations that the ordinary SAPS members are not equipped to handle. It also seems strange to me that the Cato Manor SPC's members would call for backup from the NIU members when in pursuit of a lone suspect.
Just if you could just stop there. You were informed, you tell us, that the NIU was conducting a patrol. That's what stated in 93.1. Could you just tell the panel why it is that you say that you were skeptical, that's the word you use here at 93.1, of the NIU members' account?
Chairperson, I've never heard of NIU up until that stage doing patrols. If anyone was going to do patrols, it would have been public order policing and then your normal patrol vehicle at police station. Specialized units like the NIU, I know them to be a tactical unit that when there is problems, they are normally the ones that are contacted because they are the ones that would, for the lack of a better word, neutralize the situation, any dangerous situation. They were trained to do that. So for me, for them to do this was a bit strange.
So are we to understand your testimony to be that the specialized operations unit was conducting traffic control on the day? Am I understanding you correctly?
Not exactly traffic control, Chairperson, but they were patrolling the streets of Durban to ensure that the crime was under control and everything was peaceful. That is the only way I can describe what a patrol vehicle does. Patrol vehicle goes out, see if there's any crimes or anything that is committed, goes to complaints, attend complaints, interview witnesses, arrest people. As far as I know, that is not the job for the National Intervention Unit. They are a tactical unit, according to what I know, unless there is something that I do not know about or maybe I don't understand.
And then you give a further explanation at 93.2 about what you found in the course of your investigation. Could you just tell us about that?
I later asked the commanding officer of the NIU in Durban, Colonel Chetty, whether it was normal for an NIU unit to conduct patrols and why the NIU members were using a quantum that was not registered and did not belong to SAPS. Colonel Chetty became defensive. He accused me of being on a witch hunt and told me that I should not continue with my inquiries. As noted above, I was also skeptical of the NIU and Cato Manor SBC member's story that Mr. Mkhize had been shooting at them from inside his vehicle and that they shot at him in self-defense. While I would await the ballistics report, my assessment on the scene was that it did not appear that shots had been fired from inside the vehicle.
Now, if I could just ask you to stop there. In 93.2, you state that you asked Colonel Chetty whether it was normal for the NIU to conduct patrols and why NIU members were using a quantum that was not registered and did not belong to SAPS. Colonel Chetty became defensive. He accused me of being on a witch hunt and told me I should not continue my inquiries. Did you actually ever get an answer from Colonel Chetty?
Yes, he did supply a statement for the patrols. There was apparently some operation that maybe we were not aware of. He did give that. But in respect of the quantum, there was never any explanation given. And up until today, I do not know who that vehicle belongs to.
So is it your testimony before the inquiry that there was some operation related to this, but also there was no explanation about why an unregistered vehicle was being used by the National Intervention Unit?
That's correct, Chairperson. And if I may elaborate, I checked with AVL. I can't remember the name of the colonel at the PC's office in Durban. I approached him. I checked every vehicle. I checked all the NIU vehicles. I asked for whatever vehicles was on their strength. I checked with every organized crime units members. I checked all the vehicles from Colonel Lodge to Newcastle, right down to Port Shepstone, the Durban units, Cato Manor, and there was no such vehicle registered at SAPS for that quantum.
For those of us, Ms. Williams, who are not in the police, what's the AVL?
Okay, the only way, it's a vehicle fleet unit. At AVL, you get the vehicle records, you get the tracker records, you get all the vehicle information. So it would be like fleet control or fleet management, if I can put it that way.
And in your experience, was it normal for a police unit to go on an operation with a vehicle that doesn't belong to SAPS?
Not that I know of, so that was unheard, unless maybe it's crime intelligence or somebody else that was doing some operation. But NIU, I've never heard of that. Anybody else, I've never heard of that.
But do you know the tools of trade that get availed to the NIU? Are you aware of what is availed of them to them, with specific reference to the fleet of vehicles? Or what is the position?
Ma'am, in this instance, when you ask about the vehicles, they actually provide you with that information. And what we normally say is that what is on your vehicle strength, what is on your unit strength. And what we mean by that is what was issued to you, which vehicles were issued to you. It goes in respect of equipment, firearms, all of that. There should be an account of that, a record of that. And I was unable to find a record for this quantum.
In the list of the fleet that is availed to the NIU, you went through that and you couldn't find this quantum?
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
And then you state at 93.3 that whilst you would await the ballistic report, my assessment on the scene was that it did not appear that the shots had been fired from inside the vehicle. Now, this is probably the opportune time to take you to the ballistic assessment that was in fact done. And this is an answer to the earlier question that was asked by Advocate Baloyi SC about the lack of clarity, I'll call it that, about who actually fired and what actually became of that. Ms. Williams, you don't have this file, but the panel doesn't, and in a moment I'll show it to you on the screen. Chairperson, apologies, just a moment to locate it. Chair, I'm just waiting for the indication from the panel.
We are waiting for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Ms. Williams, what I'm going to put up now on the screen is a document that we have that begins at 2A-68 in our records. But what I wanted to show to you is pages 2A-87. Evidence has already been laid on this by the author of the report, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. In paragraph 10 of the report, do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Chairperson.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena tells us that according to ballistic reports compiled by Sergeant Tila Dakari on dated 4 June 2009, cartridge cases marked E1 to E3, F, G1 to G7, and H, visible on the photos above, were positively linked to the pistol with serial number H6407, and cartridge cases marked L, N, and P were positively linked to the pistol with serial number H74637Z. These cartridge cases placed the two shooters at the left back of the Toyota Quantum, right back side of the deceased vehicle. And then Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, then Captain Mangena, says in paragraph 11, according to statements by police officers, Inspector Felugwahle Thomas Dlamuka, Constable Stanley Sandile Mfene, Detective Inspector Pariachi, Inspector Rakesh Maharaj, and Inspector J.F. Skoltz, the deceased fired shots in the direction of the police, and they returned fire, fatally wounding the deceased. According to the ballistic report compiled by the sergeant dated the 4th of June, all cartridge cases collected from the scene, including the two found in the vehicle, were not linked to the firearm found in the deceased vehicle. And then similarly, he says, according to the report compiled by the same sergeant on the 4th of June, all possible shots were fired from outside the vehicle of the deceased. Now, I'll stop there and then direct you to an earlier report or statement that you had given. It is in the file that you have there, the Durban Central Docket, at page DC 000228.
000228.
228, yes. That would be DC 2.
You said 228.
Indeed.
I'm just trying to find that quickly. Just give me 1 second. I found the 228, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Could you tell the panel what is this document that we're looking at?
We're looking at a statement that was provided by Ms Sharmilla Williams.
And what date is that statement?
The statement is dated on the 18th of February 2010, it looks. Yes, 2010.
Is that February or January?
Let me see. The handwriting is bad, Chairperson. It looks like January. I thought it was February.
I hope that's not your handwriting, Ms. Williams. That's bad.
No, it's not my handwriting.
Okay. Could we then go back a previous page to paragraph 2, and could you read paragraphs 2 and 3 to us, please?
Yes. On 2009-02-10, I was on official duty at the ICD offices. At approximately 9:30 a.m., Constable Lee and Inspector Stoltz from Cato Manor Organized Crime arrived at my office, bringing their firearms as requested by me and Inspector Daniels. Inspector Daniels was also present when these officials arrived.
Your pardon, is the statement similar to the typed statement at DC 000228? DC 000228
Yes, Chair.
by the witness?
Yes, yes.
And the one that she's reading is the handwritten one?
No, Chair. I think the witness is reading. Ms. Williams, could you just confirm from which page are you reading?
I'm reading from DC 000228. It's a statement made by me, and it's 831. That would have been 831 in the docket.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, please continue.
Paragraph 3. The two officials handed over 4 firearms. 3 firearms were hand weapons, and 1 was a high caliber rifle. Constable Lee handed over a firearm 9mm Beretta, serial number HZ4632Z, used by him on the day of the shooting, 2009-02-03. Inspector Stoltz handed over a 9mm Z88 with serial number Q020156 that was used by him during the shooting on the date 2009-02-03. The members also handed over 2 additional firearms, a 9mm Beretta serial number Hotel 86407 Zulu, belonging to Inspector Padayachi, and a rifle serial number 335672 belonging to Inspector Maharaj. I inquired from the 2 members why they brought 2 firearms that had nothing to do with the shooting incident of 2009-02-03. Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee told me that they only heard afterwards from the members that they were also shooting at the Mkhize incident at Ngeni Road. I asked the 2 members how that was possible because they should have noticed that there were other members involved in the car chase and subsequent shooting of the deceased. I also inquired from the 2 members why the duty officer did not give this information to me or Ms. Gibson on the scene, because we attended the incident and their response to me was that they were not aware that Inspectors Padayachi and Maharaj was part of the car chase. Inspector Padayachi and Inspector Maharaj were not at the scene at the time of Ms. Gibson and me arriving at the scene. I informed the members I find this situation quite peculiar, that there was never any mention that Inspector Maharaj and Padayachi were part of the car chase of the black Lexus or the subsequent shooting of the deceased. I only became aware that the members were also involved in the car chase and shooting on the 10th of February 2009 when Inspector Stoltz and Constable Lee brought the members' firearms. Inspector Daniels then seized the firearms and left with it after the 2 members left my office.
Now, if we could just stop there, we'll come to paragraph 4 now. Advocate Baloyi Mary SC asked you earlier who the actual shooter was. And the second part of the question was, there are differing versions about who shot at what. Based on what you've just read to us now in paragraph 3, what is your answer to that question?
Okay, this is what happened at the scene. At the scene, we were told the members that was involved, or the members that was responsible for the shooting and the killing of the deceased at that stage was the NIU members. The NIU members comprised of these 3: Inspector Tlamuka, Constable Mfene, and Constable Sikulume. The other 2 members, that is the members from Durban, Cato Manor, Durban, those members were said to have been at the back of the car chase, and that these other members were now involved in the direct shootout. That is what was related to us. At no stage was any mention made of Maharaj or Padayachi being at the scene or part of it when we were informed by the duty officer. The members from NIU did not mention this to myself or to Ms. Gibson. So these members locking up here did not make sense. These members were not at the scene, Madam Chair, as far as I was concerned, and they were not even visible at the scene. Nobody made mention. I don't know where they appeared from, because out of the blue, they were also present. And the strange thing is that, as we can look at the ballistic report, some of these firearms were actually were linked. Some of the cartridges and the firearm itself was linked at the scene. I don't know what happened here, ma'am. Only they can explain, but something inexplainable happened here.
So is it your evidence before the inquiry that at first at the scene you were told about the 2 NIU members and the 2 members of Ketumana, and then later 2 more appear from the scene who were part and parcel of the shooting? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, you are understanding correctly. And if I may take the liberty to explain something else, if we ever get to my shooting report, you would see the members responsible for the shooting of the deceased person is only listed as 3 members, because those were the members whose names were put on there. And then the other 2 members that were at the back that was not involved in the actual shooting and killing, their names were not mentioned, but we were aware of those 2 members because we were told about those 2 members. But these other 2 additional members, I don't know where they came from.
I will take you to your crime scene report related to this matter, in which what you've testified to now is in fact recorded there. But for now, could we just wrap up on this particular document with what you say there in paragraph 4?
There was never any indication from the duty officer, Senior Superintendent Romer, Senior Superintendent Bristow, or Captain Governor that Inspector Padayachi or Maharaj was at the scene at Umgeni Road on 2009-02-03. There was also no indication that they fired shots at the scene on 2009-02-03. I completed an ICD-7 shooting report at the scene where I noted down all the relevant details of the shooters, etc. I was informed at the scene that the 3 NIU members shot the deceased after he had fired shots at them. According to the report given by Captain Governor, there were only 2 members from Ketumana organized crime following the deceased on 2009-02-03. Captain Governor informed me that the deceased was shooting at the 2 organized crime members and that the NIU members intervened and cut off the deceased vehicle. According to Captain Governor, the deceased fired at the NIU members who then returned fire, subsequently killing the deceased. Captain Governor also informed me that the members from Ketumana shot at the deceased from a distance.
Now, there's mention there in paragraph 4 of your statement that you've just read of an ICD-7. I'll take you to that document shortly. But what I'd like to ask you is, what should the panel make of this? You were at the scene, you were told about a certain number of shooters, and now after the fact, more emerge. What should the takeaway be from that?
These members lied. It's clear, crystal clear that they lied, and they did not think the story through before speaking to the duty officer, or maybe the duty officer did not engage them properly. I don't know how to answer that, but they did not have their story straight. The duty officer was not properly briefed as to what they were saying. And what I can say is that the normal person, the normal spokesperson, unofficial spokesperson, was not there to relate their story. So I think that is actually where all these discrepancies actually starts creeping in, because there's nobody that's controlling the situation. There's nobody that's controlling the story at this stage, because Neville Eva is not there. There is no Smith, Captain Smith. There's no Lockham at the scene. So without those people, the story is not properly managed. And this is actually, in my view, what is happening here.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. We'll now move away from that document, but I had promised that I'll show you where your ICD 7 is. You will see that in the same document, or bundle rather, at DC 388. Yes. Members of the panel, DC 388 is in DC 2.
I see that, Chairperson.
Just a moment, Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, could you tell us what is this document that we're looking at?
This is an ICD crime scene report.
And could you tell us what appears right at the top there of that document? Ms. Williams, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Could you just tell us what it is that appears there? It's handwritten, and there's additional stuff written at the very top of the page. What is that?
Can you just give us 1 second, Chairperson, if you will just be excused for 1 minute? We seem to have some technical difficulty again.
Is your IT person nearby?
No, just 1 second, ma'am.
Ms. Williams? It appears that Ms. Williams has stepped out.
Chair, what I can peep from my screen is even her camera is off, so I don't know if she's still attending to the IT issue. It seems like that's the case.
Yes. I see on top of the screen, leave. Has she left?
No, Chair.
Mr. Mhlokani decided to also to leave.
It seems our IT technical people are failing us today. But the MA that we were seeing there is actually Ms. Williams. I think the name is the name of her attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's just wait for a few minutes and see if she's going to return. Which paragraph were you at?
Chair, we were at, in relation to the statement that Ms. Williams read, it was paragraph. It was the last paragraph that refers to the ICD form. I'll just try and find it here. But in the statement, we were still dealing with the involvement of the NIU, and that would be from paragraphs 93 to 93.3.
Before she attended the post-mortem.
That's correct, Chair. She was she says in the statement that she just read, which is at DC 000228, about how the police officers who attended were different to what was recorded in her ICD form, which is the crime scene report.
Perhaps we should pause and use this moment to stretch our legs. In the meantime, you can verify with Ms. Williams what the position is with this IT challenge. Then you will send a note to us to come back. We would have to come back, although we intend to adjourn at 4 o'clock, but we have to come back and alert her that we will commence then tomorrow and warn her of the fact that she is under oath.
Yes, Chair.
Let us pause for a few minutes and call us back when you are ready. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
You disappeared from us.
Ma'am, I do not know what happened.
We were sitting, waiting, looking for you. Did you solve your problem, that side, the IT problem?
Yes, ma'am, we've solved it. I hope it stays like that.
Yes, but we are going to pause now and adjourn these proceedings until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Noted, Chairperson.
You came back also to remind you that you are still under oath. We will proceed from where you ended with counsel tomorrow morning.
Noted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. You are still under oath. We adjourn.